Three Women by Lisa Taddeo. Prologue. When my mother was a young woman, a man used to follow her to work every morning and masturbate, in step behind her. My mother had only a 5th grade education and a dowry of medium-grade linen dish towels, but she was beautiful. It's still the first way I think of to describe her. Her hair was the color of the chocolates you get in the Tyrolean Alps, and she always wore it the same way, short curls piled high. Her skin was not olive like her family's, but something all its own, the light rose of inexpensive gold. Her eyes were sarcastic, flirtatious, brown. She worked as the main cashier at a fruit and vegetable stand in the center of Bologna. This was on the Via San Felice, a long thoroughfare in the fashion district. There were many shoe stores, goldsmiths, perfumeries, tobacconists, and clothing stores for women who did not work. My mother would pass these boutiques on the way to her job. She would look into the windows at the fine leather of the boots and the burnished necklaces. But before she came into this commercial zone, she would have a quiet walk from her apartment, down little carless streets and alleys, past the locksmith and the goat butcher, through lonely porticos filled with the high scent of urine and the dark scent of old water pooling in stone. It was through these streets that the man followed her. Where had he first seen her? I imagine it was at the fruit stand. This beautiful woman, surrounded by a cornucopia of fresh produce, plump figs, hills of horse chestnuts, sunny peaches, bright white heads of fennel, green cauliflower, tomatoes on the vine and still dusty from the ground, pyramids of deep purple eggplant, small but glorious strawberries, glistening cherries, wine grapes, persimmons, plus a random selection of grains and breads, terali, frizzelle, baguettes, some copper pots for sale, bars of cooking chocolate. He was in his 60s, large-nosed and balding, with a white pepper growth across his sunken cheeks. He wore a newsboy cap like all the other old men who walked the streets with their canes on their daily caminata. One day he must have followed her home, because on a clear morning in May my mother walked out the heavy door of her apartment building from darkness into sudden light. In Italy nearly every apartment house has dark hallways, the lights dimmed and timed to cut costs, the sun blocked by the thick, cool stone walls, and there was this old man she had never seen, waiting for her. He smiled and she smiled back. Then she began her walk to work, carrying an inexpensive handbag and wearing a calf-length skirt. Her legs, even in her old age, were absurdly feminine. I can imagine being inside this man's head and seeing my mother's legs and following them. One inheritance of living under the male gaze for centuries is that heterosexual women often look at other women the way a man would. She could sense his presence behind her for many blocks, past the olive cellar and the purveyor of ports and sherries. But he didn't merely follow. At a certain corner, when she turned, she caught a movement out of the side of her eye. The stone streets were naked at that hour, in the toothache of dawn, and she turned to see he had his penis, long, thin, and erect, out of his pants, and that he was rapidly exercising it, up and down, with his eyes on her in such a steady manner that it seemed possible that what was happening below his waist was managed by an entirely different brain. She was frightened then, but years after the fact the fear of that first morning was bleached into sardonic amusement. For the months that followed, he would appear outside her apartment several mornings a week, and eventually he began to accompany her from the stand back to her home as well. At the height of their relationship, he was coming twice a day behind her. My mother is dead now, so I can't ask her why she allowed it, day after day. I asked my older brother, instead, why she didn't do something, tell someone. It was Italy, the 1960s. The police officers would have said, "Ma lascialo perdere, un povero vecchio. E una meraviglia che ha Illinois caso duro a sua età." Leave it alone, he's a poor old man. It's a miracle he can get it up at his age. My mother let this man masturbate to her body, her face, on her walk to work and on her walk back. She was not the type of woman to take pleasure in this. But I can't know for sure. My mother never spoke about what she wanted. About what turned her on or off. Sometimes it seemed that she didn't have any desires of her own. That her sexuality was merely a trail in the woods, the unmarked kind that is made by boots trampling tall grass. And the boots belonged to my father. My father loved women in a way that used to be considered charming. He was a doctor who called the nurses sugar if he liked them and sweetheart if he did not. Above all, he loved my mother. His attraction to her was evident in a way that still makes me uncomfortable to recall. While I never had occasion to wonder about my father's desire, something in the force of it, in the force of all male desire, captivated me. Men did not merely want. Men needed. The man who followed my mother to and from work every day needed to do so. Presidents forfeit glory for blowjobs. Everything a man takes a lifetime to build he may gamble for a moment. I have never entirely subscribed to the theory that powerful men have such outsized egos that they cannot suppose they will ever be caught. Rather, I think that the desire is so strong in the instant that everything else, family, home, career, melts down into a little liquid cooler and thinner than semen. Into nothing. As I began to write this book, a book about human desire, I thought I'd be drawn to the stories of men. Their yearnings. The way they could overturn an empire for a girl on bended knee. So I began by talking to men, to a philosopher in Los Angeles, a schoolteacher in New Jersey, a politician in Washington, D.C. I was indeed drawn to their stories the way one is drawn to order the same entree from a Chinese restaurant menu again and again. The philosopher's story, which began as the story of a good-looking man whose less beautiful wife did not want to sleep with him, with all the attendant miserly agonies of dwindling passion and love, turned into the story of a man who wanted to sleep with the tattooed masseuse he saw for his back pain. "She says she wants to run away with me to Big Sur," he texted early one bright morning. The next time we met I sat across from him at a coffee shop as he described the hips of the masseuse. His passion didn't seem dignified in the wake of what he had lost in his marriage, rather, it seemed perfunctory. The men's stories began to bleed together. In some cases, there was prolonged courting, sometimes the courting was closer to grooming, but mostly, the stories ended in the stammering pulses of orgasm. And whereas the man's throttle died in the closing salvo of the orgasm, I found that the woman's was often just beginning. There was complexity and beauty and violence, even, in the way the women experienced the same event. In these ways and more, it was the female parts of an interlude that, in my eyes, came to stand for the whole of what longing in America looks like. Of course, female desire can be just as bullish as male desire, and when desire was propulsive, when it was looking for an end it could control, my interest waned. But the stories wherein desire was something that could not be controlled, when the object of desire dictated the narrative, that was where I found the most magnificence, the most pain. It resembled pedaling a bicycle backward, the agony and futility and, finally, the entry into another world altogether. To find these stories, I drove across the country 6 times. I loosely plotted my stops. Mostly I would land somewhere like Medora, North Dakota. I would order toast and coffee and read the local paper. I found Maggie this way. A young woman being called whore and fat cunt by women even younger than herself. There had been an alleged relationship with her married high school teacher. The fascinating thing, in her account, was the absence of intercourse. As she related it, he'd performed oral sex on her and didn't let her unzip his jeans. But he'd placed manila yellow post-it notes in her favorite book, Twilight. Next to passages about an enduring bond between 2 star-crossed lovers, he'd drawn parallels to their own relationship. What moved this young woman, what made her feel exalted, was the sheer number of the notes and how detailed they were. She could hardly believe that the teacher she so deeply admired had read the whole book, let alone taken the time to write such insightful commentary, as though he were conducting an advanced placement class on vampire lovers. He had, too, she recounted, sprayed the pages with his cologne, knowing she loved the way he smelled. To receive such notes, to experience such a relationship, and then to have it abruptly end, I could easily imagine the gaping hole that would leave. I came across Maggie's story when things were going from bad to worse. She struck me as a woman whose sexuality and sexual experiences were being denied in a horrific way. I will be telling the narrative as seen through her eyes. Meanwhile, a version of this story was put before a jury who saw it very differently. Part of her narrative poses for the reader the all too familiar question of when and why and by whom women's stories are believed and when and why and by whom they are not. Throughout history, men have broken women's hearts in a particular way. They love them or half love them and then grow weary and spend weeks and months extricating themselves soundlessly, pulling their tails back into their doorways, drying themselves off, and never calling again. Meanwhile, women wait. The more in love they are and the fewer options they have, the longer they wait, hoping that he will return with a smashed phone, with a smashed face, and say, "I'm sorry, I was buried alive and the only thing I thought of was you, and feared that you would think I'd forsaken you, when the truth is only that I lost your number. It was stolen from me by the men who buried me alive, and I've spent 3 years looking in phone books and now I have found you. I didn't disappear, everything I felt didn't just leave. You are right to know that would be cruel, unconscionable, impossible. Marry me." Maggie was, by her account, ruined by her teacher's alleged crime, but she had something that the women who are left rarely have. A certain power, dictated by her age and her former lover's occupation. Maggie's power, she believed, was ordained by the law of the land. Ultimately, however, it wasn't. Some women wait because if they don't, there's a threat of evanescence. He is the only one, in the moment, whom she believes she will ever desire. The problem can be economic. Revolutions take a long time to reach places where people share more country living recipes than articles about ending female subjugation. Lena, a housewife in Indiana who hadn't been kissed in years, waited to leave her husband because she didn't have the money to exist apart from him. The spousal support laws in Indiana were not a reality that was available to her. Then she waited for another man to leave his wife. Then she waited some more. The way the wind blows in our country can make us question who we are in our own lives. Often the type of waiting women do is to make sure other women approve, so that they may also approve of themselves. Sloane, a poised restaurant owner, lets her husband watch her fuck other men. Occasionally there are two couples on a bed, but mostly it's him watching her, on video or in person, with another man. Sloane is beautiful. While her husband watches her fuck other men, a coveted stretch of ocean froths outside the bedroom window. Down the road, Cotswold sheep the color of oatmeal roam. A friend of mine who thought menage a trois squalid and nearly despicable in the context of a group of swingers I met in Cleveland found Sloane's story illuminating, raw, relatable. And it's relatability that moves us to empathize. I think about the fact that I come from a mother who let a man masturbate to her daily, and I think about all the things I have allowed to be done to me, not quite so egregious, perhaps, but not so different in the grand scheme. Then I think about how much I have wanted from men. How much of that wanting was what I wanted from myself, from other women, even, how much of what I thought I wanted from a lover came from what I needed from my own mother. Because it's women, in many of the stories I've heard, who have greater hold over other women than men have. We can make each other feel dowdy, whorish, unclean, unloved, not beautiful. In the end, it all comes down to fear. Men can frighten us, other women can frighten us, and sometimes we worry so much about what frightens us that we wait to have an orgasm until we are alone. We pretend to want things we don't want so nobody can see us not getting what we need. Men did not frighten my mother. Poverty did. She told me another story, though I don't recall the precise circumstances of the telling. I know she didn't sit me down. The story wasn't dispensed over water, crackers and rosé. More likely it was Marlboros at the kitchen table, 0 windows open, the dog blinking through the smoke at our knees. She would have been Windexing the glass table. The story was about a cruel man she was seeing right before she met my father. My mother had a number of words that intrigued and scared me. Cruel was among them. She grew up very poor, peeing in pots, dotting her freckles with the urine because it was said to diminish the pigment. There was a single room for her, 2 sisters, and their parents. Rainwater came through the ceiling and dripped onto her face as she slept. She spent nearly 2 years in a sanatorium with tuberculosis. Nobody visited her, because no one could afford to make the trip. Her father was an alcoholic who worked in the vineyards. A baby brother died before his first birthday. She eventually got out, made it to the city, but just before she did, in the more of February, her mother fell ill. Stomach cancer. She was admitted to the local hospital, from which there was no coming back. One night there was a snowstorm, sleet smashing against cobblestones, and my mother was with this cruel man when she got word that her mother was dying and would be gone by morning. The cruel man was driving my mother to the hospital through the storm when they got into a terrible fight. My mother didn't provide details but said it ended with her on the gravel shoulder, in the heavy snow and darkening night. She watched the taillights disappear, no other cars on the frozen road. She didn't get to be with her mother at the end. To this day I'm not sure what cruel meant, in that context. I don't know if the man beat my mother, if he sexually assaulted her. I've always assumed that cruelty, in her world, involved some sexual threat. In my most gothic imaginings, I picture him trying to get laid the night that her mother was dying. I picture him trying to take a bite out of her side. But it was the fear of poverty and not the cruel man that stayed with her. That she could not call a taxi to get to the hospital. That she lacked agency. Lacked her own means. A year or so after my father died, when we could get through a day without crying, she asked me to show her how to use the internet. She'd never used a computer in her life. Typing one sentence took a painful few minutes. "Just tell me what you want," I said, at the end of a day spent in front of the screen. We were both frustrated. "I can't," she said. "It's something I need to do alone." "What?" I asked. I'd seen everything of hers, all her bills, notes, even the handwritten one she meant for me to find in the event of her sudden death. "I want to see about a man," she said quietly. "A man I knew before your father." I was stunned, and even hurt. I wanted my mother to be my father's widow for all time. I wanted the notion of my parents to remain intact, even after death, even at the cost of my mother's own happiness. I didn't want to know about my mother's desire. This third man, the owner of a vast jewelry empire, loved her so much he'd gone to the church to try to stop my parents' wedding while it was underway. A long time ago, she'd given me a ruby and diamond necklace, something she seemed to be giving away to belie how much it was cherished. I told her she could try to figure the computer out herself, but before she could, she got sick. I think about my mother's sexuality and how she occasionally used it. The little things, the way she made her face up before she left the house or opened the door. To me, it always seemed a strength or a weakness, but never its own pounding heart. How wrong I was. Still, I wonder how a woman could have let a man masturbate behind her back for so many days. I wonder if she cried at night. Perhaps she even cried for the lonely old man. It's the nuances of desire that hold the truth of who we are at our rawest moments. I set out to register the heat and sting of female want so that men and other women might more easily comprehend before they condemn. Because it's the quotidian minutes of our lives that will go on forever, that will tell us who we were, who our neighbors and our mothers were, when we were too diligent in thinking they were nothing like us. This is the story of 3 women. Maggie. You get ready that morning like someone preparing for war. Your war paint is makeup. A neutral, smoky eye. A heavy lash. Dark rose blush, and a nude lip. Your hair is loosely curled and huge. You learned how to do hair and makeup, by yourself, in front of mirrors, with Linkin Park and Led Zeppelin in the background. You are one of those girls who innately understand contouring and accessorizing, who plant bobby pins to good and buried use. You wear wedge boots, leggings, and a sheer kimono top. You want him to know he is not dealing with a child anymore. You are 23. Of course, you also want him to want you still, to lament what he lost. You want him to sit at the dinner table later, meditating on the smiling bone of your hip. 6 years ago, you were smaller, and he loved your little hands. Back then, his own hands fluttered inside you. A lot has changed. Your father is dead. In August, he slit his wrists in a nearby cemetery. You used to talk to him about your dad, about the problems with your parents. He knew how one would go to pick up the other from a bar. Both drunk, but one worse than the other. Now you feel he'd understand how you are worried about rain pattering on the ground above your dad. Is he getting wet down there, and wondering why you have left him in the cold, bucketing dark? Doesn't death supersede the stuff that happens in a courtroom? Doesn't death supersede all this other bullshit, even the cops and the lawyers? Isn't it, somehow, somewhere, still just the two of you? You drive to Cass County District Court with your brother David, sharing a few cigarettes on the way. Part of your perfume is clean shower smell girdled with smoke. He hated it when you smoked, so you lied. You said it was your parents' smoke, getting trapped in your hair and in the fibers of your navy hoodies. At a Catholic retreat you vowed to quit for him. He deserved all of you, including the parts that you did not want to give. You could have made it so that he didn't show up today. Even though he had a right, the lawyers said, to be in there. Anyway, a small part of you wanted him here. You might even say one of the reasons you went to the police was to get him to show you his face again. Because most people will agree when a lover shuts down, refuses to meet you, doesn't want his Oral-B back, doesn't need his trail shoes, doesn't return an email, goes out to buy another pair of trail shoes, for example, because that's better than dealing with your mousetrap pain. It's as though someone is freezing your organs. It's so cold you can't breathe. For 6 years, he stayed away. But he will come today, and he will come also to the trial, so in a way, it can be said that one of the reasons you're doing this is because it means you'll see him about 6 more times. This is an outlandish notion only if you don't know how a person can destroy you by the simple act of disappearing. You're worried that you're going to want him. You wonder if his wife is worried. You picture her at home, disengaged from the children and watching the clock. You park the car and smoke some more before going in. It's about 3 degrees outside, but it's nice to smoke in the cold. Fargo sometimes feels like new beginnings. The silver trucks whooshing by on the highway. Trucks have defined destination points, coordinates that must hold up. Only trains you find to be more beautiful, freer. You inhale, and ice fills your lungs. You get to the room first. Thank God. You and David and the prosecutor, John, and the co-prosecutor, Paul. You think of all these men by their first names and address them that way. They think you are overstepping your boundaries. They aren't actually representing you, they are representing the state of North Dakota. It's not as if the prosecutors have your back. They have your shadow, is more like it. A court reporter walks in. Then he walks in. With his lawyer, a somewhat sleek fuck named Hoy. He sits across from you. He's wearing what he used to wear to school. A button-down shirt, a tie, and slacks. It's weird. Like, you were expecting him to be in a suit coat. Something more dressy and serious. This outfit makes him feel knowable again. You wonder if you have been wrong these last few years. You took his silence to mean indifference, but perhaps he has been wallowing in otherworldly dread, just like you. He had a 3rd child, you heard, and in your mind you pictured swing sets and his wife rosy-faced and everybody gestating life while you sat shivering in ice baths of self-loathing. You grew heavier and your makeup grew heavier, more layers. But all that time he was dying, maybe. Missing you. Consigning himself, like a poet, to decades of brokenness. The swing set is rusted. The middle-class fence marks the boundaries of his prison. The wife is the warden. The children, well, they are the reason. It is for them that he chooses to remain unhappy, without you. For the briefest of moments you want to reach across with your small hands that he loved. Does he still love them now? Where does the love of hands go when it dies? and hold his face in them and say, "Oh fuck, I'm sorry for betraying you. I was terrifically hurt and angry, and you stole several years from my life. It wasn't regular, what you did, and now here I am. Look at me. I put this wall paint on, but underneath I'm scarred and scared and horny and tired and love you. I've gained 30 pounds. I've been kicked out of school a few times. My father has just killed himself. I take all these medications, look in my bag, there's a shitload of them. I'm a girl with the pills of an old woman. I should be dating boys with weed breath, but instead I fully personified my victim costume. I'm hanging by a fawn hanger at Party City. You never wrote back. You almost reach for him, as much to say you're sorry as to beg him to take care of you. Nobody is taking care of you the way you know he can. Nobody is listening the way that he did. All those hours. Like a father and a husband and a teacher and your best friend. His eyes come up off the table to meet yours. They are cold and black and dead. Little agates, gleaming and stern, and older than you remember. In fact, you don't remember these eyes at all. They used to be filled with love, lust. He used to suck your tongue into his mouth as if he wanted another tongue. Now he hates you. It's clear. You brought him here, out of his cozy home with the 3 children and the wife who will follow him into sepulchres. You brought him out into the demon slush of January, into this dingy room, and you are forcing him to spend all his earnings and all his parents' savings on this slick and joyless attorney, and you are fixing to ruin his life. All that he has built. Every Fisher-Price learning desk he has switched to on in the airless expanse of 7 a.m. He sold one home and bought another because of you. In North Dakota right now, Aaron Nodal is Teacher of the Year. Across the whole state he is deemed the absolute best in the business. And here you are, you vagabond freak, you spawn of alcoholics, you child of suicide, you girl who has been with older men before and gotten them into trouble, army men, upright men of America, and here you are again, you destructive tart, trying to take down the Teacher of the Year. He exhales at you pungently. Breath of eggs. The other thing that is abundantly clear: you must stop caring. Immediately. If you don't, you might never get out of this room. You search for the end of your heart and, unbelievably, you find it. Your gratitude to yourself and to God is dizzying. How many days have you felt you were doing the right thing? Today is one. Maybe the only one. You thought you'd still want to fuck him. You'd stalked him online. It's not even stalking these days. You open your computer and gals pile up. You can't avoid obsequious write-ups in local papers. Or Facebook will advertise a link to the store where your former lover's gloves are from. The recent pictures you saw made you still tingle, and you smarted from bygone lust. But as you sit here now, there's nothing. His tight, petite mouth. His imperfect skin. His lips aren't sensual but dry and distracting. He looks sickly, as if he's been eating muffins and drinking AA coffee and Coca-Cola and sitting in a drafty basement scowling at the wall. "Good morning," says his lawyer, Hoy, who is a terror, with his mustachio of wiry, wizard hairs. He has made sure to announce to the press that his client had taken and passed a polygraph test, even though the prosecutor said it was unlikely to be admissible in court. You can see the judgment in Hoy's whiskers. He's the type that makes you feel like a poorly educated piece of shit with a car that won't start on winter mornings like this one. He says, "Would you please state your full name for the record?" The court reporter taps the keys. Your brother David breathes with you in unity. You say your full name out loud. You say, Maggie May Wilkin. You swish your long, thought-out hair. The first round of questions is to loosen you up without your catching on. Hoy asks you about the time you spent with your sister Melia in Washington State, Melia and her husband, Dane, who is in the army. These other relatives you also visited in Hawaii, but for now he is asking about when they lived in Washington. This was after Aaron. Because your life can be divided that way. Before Aaron and after Aaron. It can also be divided into before your dad's suicide and after it, But Aaron was the kickoff for everything if you want to be honest. He asks about the dating site Plenty of Fish. You did meet a few guys there while you were in Washington. But this lawyer is acting as though you were selling your body for a Coors Light. You know that men like him have the power to make the laws you live by. Men who talk as though dating sites were back-page ads. As though you are a girl who takes pictures of your face peeking out from between your own thighs. In reality, you met a few guys from the site who were losers. It was sad and you didn't sleep with anybody or even enjoy free drinks. You feel embarrassed. This was before people were posting Instagrams for the purpose of arousing envy. This was the early and slow time of the new age. Hoy also asks about a site that he doesn't even know how to spell. You go, "What's that?" And he goes, "I don't know, but have you ever been on it?" And you go, "No, I don't know what it is." And you are thinking, "Neither do you, you prick." But his formality makes you afraid to contradict him. You bet his wife and children have learned to lie to him regularly, to escape the kind of needling criticism that can wreck a soul. He asks about the fighting between you and your father. Your dear dead dad, under loam and rain. Back then you two fought a lot and you say so. Fighting over what, says Hoy, and you say, anything. You are not holding back, no matter what it means, or what it allows them to think. He asks about your siblings, about how they all left the family home early. You didn't know it then, that a discovery deposition is exactly that. They are building a case against you with your own words. Showing how hardscrabble you were. What a loose girl, maybe, you were. On all these dating sites, with all these siblings, your parents were copulating drunks who made all these kids and then let them scatter about the country, creating complications and surfing them like waves to new states. You don't live on the nice side of West Fargo, you live on the lesser side, unlike Mr. Nodal, North Dakota's Teacher of the Year, who lives in an attractive, neutral-colored house with a hose that coils up and grass nobody forgets to water. You look at him, during this. And you think about back then. And you think, what if time had never gone forward? And you could be back there again. When everything was clean and everybody was alive. What if your hands and his hands were still friends? And Hoy says, you indicated that prior to your junior year, that you'd been close with Mr. Nodal before that. You say, correct. How did that come about? Says Hoy. You think, hard, about the answer to this. You close your mind's eye. And just like that, there you are. Out of the black death of your present, and back in the considerable heaven of the past. Maggie's destiny arrives one afternoon without a clarion call. It comes on cat feet, like everything else in the world that has the power to destroy you. She had only heard about him. Some of the girls were talking about how hot he was. Slick dark hair with a little front wing, like it had been gelled into permanent salute. Charming, dark eyes. The kind of teacher who makes you want to come to school, even on cold North Dakota mornings. His name, in the hallways, had become the kind of name one whispers, because of how much excitement it conjured. Mr. Nodal. Maggie is not the type to take someone's word about someone else's hotness. And she won't go along with popular opinion, just to fit in. Her friends say she has no filter. They laugh about it but secretly they're happy she's on their team. She's the type to tell a man he isn't going to step outside, so he might as well not say, "Do you want to step outside?" Finally, this one day, between second and third periods, she gets a look at him in the hallway as he walks by. He's wearing khakis, a button-down, and a tie. It isn't some meteoric moment. It rarely is a big deal the first time you meet the next VIP of your life. She says to her friends, "Well, he's cute, but he certainly isn't all he was cracked up to be." There aren't a lot of hot male teachers. There aren't any, actually. There are two other young male teachers, Mr. Murphy and Mr. Crink, who together with Mr. Nodal are the three amigos. Beyond being close with one another, they are also connected with the students in all sorts of ways, like text messaging, especially with the kids they coach. Mr. Murphy and Mr. Nodal coach Student Congress, and Mr. Crink and Mr. Nodal coach speech and debate together. They hang out after school at restaurants that serve beer flights, like the Spitfire Bar and Grill, Applebee's, TGI Fridays. They watch games and drink a few lagers. During the school day they eat what they call a guy's lunch in Mr. Nodal's room. They discuss fantasy football and take large, unapologetic bites out of club sandwiches. Of the three amigos, Mr. Nodal is the catch. 5'10", 190 pounds, brown hair, brown eyes. Not a catch in the traditional sense is married, with kids. A catch meaning he is the most attractive of the under 40 teachers pool. If you can't go to Las Vegas, you go to Foxwoods. By the second semester of her freshman year, Maggie has Mr. Nodal for English. She's interested in the class. She sits upright and raises her hand and smiles and is mostly on time. They talk after class. He looks into her eyes and listens, like a good teacher. Everything is clicking into place. When West Fargo plays Fargo South in the girls' soccer semifinals, the coach calls Maggie up and she begins to shake all over like a small bird. He tells her they need her muscle out there. They lose, but it's because of her that they almost don't. The air is crisp, the day sunny, and she remembers thinking, I have the rest of my life to do this, and anything else I want. Posters of Mia Hamm and Abby Wambach are pinned to her bedroom walls. Her mother paints a net to act as the headboard of her bed. Maggie is in love with David Beckham. From the most confident ventricles of her heart, she pictures getting a full ride to college. Thinking ahead, past boys and prom and rumors, to the large stadiums where people would come just to see the girls play. She is at that precipice, possessing, still, the dreams of a child, but now able to press them up against the potential of an adult. Homecoming night of freshman year, Maggie and some friends sneak alcohol into the game in soda bottles, and afterward they go to the house of a kid whose parents are out of town, where they drink some more. They get the drunk munchies and drive out to Perkins, which looks like a soup kitchen. It's WAN and the customers have red faces and the waitresses have cigarette coughs, but when you're young and buzzed it's good for a late night snack. When you're young you can do almost anything and it won't be sad. There's a train that chugs in the distance. Maggie is animated, thinking of future train rides, one-way tickets out of Fargo, into careers and sleek apartments in glassy cities. Her whole life stretches out before her, a path of imprecise but multiple directions. She could be an astronaut, a rap star, an accountant. She could be happy. Hoy asks you about other people in your English class, plus your main circle of friends. You name Melanie and Sammy and Tessa and Liz and Snockler. Snockler, he says, like she's a frozen dessert. Is that a girl? That is a girl, you say. And that's the one you think her last name is Solomon. The way that Hoy says this is condescending. Then Aaron speaks, for the first time. Hear the man who put his mouth all over you and then one day not only stopped that, but stopped acknowledging your existence, speaks to you for the first time in 6 years. That's wrong, he says, shaking his head. He means Solomon, the last name, is wrong. The way he says it and shakes his head, you know he's right. It's more than intelligence. He's the sort of man who will never contract an STD, no matter how many filthy women he sleeps with. At a state fair he will not leave without multiple cheap stuffed animals. His arms will be pink and blue with victory. Hoy says, and that's the one you think her last name is Solomon. Apparently it's not, you say. Your face gets hot. Once, you loved him, but he is still and has always been an authority figure. Once he said he'd manscaped for you and you felt so dumb because you had no idea what that meant. I don't understand, says Hoy. I'm saying clearly your client says it's not her last name, so. When you're angry and cornered, you turn catty. Hoy says, okay, you guys don't need to engage in that. Just answer my questions. Later you will ask why nobody thought it was strange that Hoy was acting more like a friend putting the brakes on a fighting couple than a lawyer defending an innocent man. But it's not Hoy who's crazy, it's you. You are a crazy girl. You want money, is what people think, and for this man to pay for something he didn't do. You are crazy and broken, along with your car and your mental health. As always, the bastards win. Aaron is still bigger than you. This causes not pain but something cancerous, something that winds deep within you, that only wants its mother. You shrug your shoulders. Then I don't know, you say. Maggie remembers that a girl named Tabitha was in the freshman English class. She remembers because Mr. Nodal divulged during the course of a class that he'd had testicular cancer. It's funny and nice and only mildly creepy when teachers share intimate facts about themselves. It makes them less teachery. You can relate better to teachers who walk the earth with you, who catch colds and want things they can't afford and don't always feel attractive. So Tabitha asks Mr. Nodal if that meant he had only one testicle. In fact, she didn't say it this politely. She said, "So, does that mean you only have one ball?" Mr. Nodal was less than pleased. "Stanley," he said, "we can talk about it after school." Maggie felt bad for Mr. Nodal because she knew Tabitha had embarrassed him. What a terrible thing to ask. Who would even think to ask such a thing? Maggie is brash and loud, but she is not cruel or unthinking. Sometime thereafter, Mr. Nodal, as though, some students joke, to show he was not terribly handicapped by the missing testicle, takes a paternity leave. His wife has given birth to their second child. Mr. Murphy subs for him during this time. When Mr. Nodal returns, fresh from fatherhood, he seems to have been opened up. He's become revitalized and accessible in a new way, a gleaming, avuncular oyster. Maggie doesn't remember exactly how she started to talk to him about her life in those after-school sessions. She'd linger after his class, or he would ask her a question when she was on her way out the door. "Maggie," he'd say, with incredibly earnest eyes, and she'd hang back. Eventually, she started to tell him bits. Her dad being too drunk to drive home from the bar. That they'd had a fight last night, and she didn't want to listen to him, because how could you listen to a father who asked you to buy him a six-pack? If she hadn't brought him a morsel in a while, he might prod her. He might say, "Hey, everything okay at home?" And Maggie would hang back and tell him whatever was new. He was a good teacher, and he cared. Sometimes there's nothing better on earth than someone asking you a question. Lena. There are two kinds of 15-year-old girls, Lena knows, and she belongs to the kind that does more sticker collecting than French kissing. In her bedroom she closes her eyes and imagines falling in love. Lena wants that more than anything else. She believes that girls who say they want to be successful in their careers more than they want to fall in love are lying. Downstairs her mom is cooking meatloaf. Lena hates it. Specifically, she hates the way the smell lingers. The whole house smells like meatloaf right now, and for days afterward the dust on the banisters will hold on to the brown stink. On her forehead she has a pimple, the center of which is the color of a blood orange. It's Friday, which doesn't mean anything because her Fridays are pretty much like Tuesdays, and if anything Tuesdays are better than Fridays because at least on Tuesdays you can be sure everyone else is doing nothing much, just like you. Some people are doing nothing much in modular homes or trailers. At least Lena lives in a decent home. There's always something worse, though of course there's also always something better. But this Friday is going to be different. She doesn't know it yet, but this Friday is going to change her life forever. A few weeks ago, Lena's friend Jennifer, who makes out a lot, started dating this guy Rod. Rod is best friends with Aiden, and Lena has the kind of crush on Aiden that any unpopular girl has on any popular boy. He's strong and hot and extremely quiet, so that every time he opens his mouth it's exciting. It's only a medium crush because she barely even sees him. They share one class and have never spoken. He dates girls with blowjob lips and big breasts and a certain kind of straight, soft hair. He dates hot girls. Lena doesn't have dysmorphia. She doesn't look in the mirror and see an ugly girl. She looks in the mirror and sees exactly what is there to see: wavy blonde hair to her shoulders and grey-blue eyes and reddish skin that grows little rows of pimples along the hairline. She's a normal height, 5'4", and her body is normal to good. Her thighs don't touch too much, and if she skips dinner she feels okay about her stomach. But she's not beautiful. For example, if she was suddenly to become Aiden's girlfriend, she could not imagine another boy saying, "Man, Aiden's chick is hot." And she's realizing, lately, that nothing in the world could possibly be more important. Nothing else matters. Or rather, everything else would matter, because when you are hot, you have the freedom and liberty to concentrate on the rest of life. You are hot, so you don't need to take an hour in front of the mirror to look decent. You are hot, so you don't have to try to make someone love you. You are hot, so you never have to cry, but when you do, it is because somebody has died, and you will look hot doing it. Anyhow, not only was she not hot, but she wasn't even getting the kind of attention she knew was easy to get. Like the guys who worked at the 7-Eleven and the Tasty Freeze. Guys with yellow zits and chains connecting their wallets to their belt loops. Not even those guys. But now with Jennifer dating Rod, it's become a possibility. It's almost that the only thing between Lena and having this popular boyfriend is a little bit of strategy. And to have a good strategy, you must have a practical obsession. So in a matter of weeks, Lena gets to know everything about him. Man, if guys only knew, she jokes to Jennifer, how much we think about them. Lena is always honest about things like that. But Jennifer is not willing to admit she's ever done anything similar. Like finding out every single thing about someone to whom you have never spoken. Address. Phone number by heart. And in 2 weeks you have dialed the first 6 numbers about 1,000 times, and your heart explodes right before the 7th number and your finger pulses on it, but you never press it. Doing this stretches the same muscles that heroin does. Parents, their names, what each of them does for a living, and where they do it. Pet its name, and when it gets walked. On what street route, so you can go with your Walkman and you can pick out an outfit for the walk every day, and you turn every corner with a heart full of mosquitoes. Jersey number. First girl he ever kissed. And then you create a story about how she sucks. You create stories in the shower about how the girl sucks and how he will not even want to talk about her because she's not worth the breath. How he'll almost forget her name. Even though you never will. Favorite bands, favorite movies, everything that Lena admits you should probably wait until you get to know a person before you know. His schedule of classes and where exactly to sit in the class you share and how to get there earlier than him so that he won't think you're trying to get close. All of this becomes more important than breathing. Because Lena knows that if she can just have this one guy who is so perfect, then everything else will be okay. Even not being hot. Everything will be okay and shitty stuff won't matter. Like Lena's mom, who makes her feel like an idiot for wanting more than what she's got. Who says things like, "That's a silly idea, Lena, and where'd you get that in your head, Lena?" Like Lena's dad, who goes duck hunting and she's dying to go with him, but her mom crosses her arms against the idea. She wants Lena and her sisters to be girls. Ladies. And Lena's mom asks too many questions. She is always in Lena's face. She is around all the time. Lena thinks, get a fucking life. Get your own fucking life. I have never come home from school and been alone in the fucking house. She wouldn't care about stuff like that, or she would tolerate it at least, if she could go over to her boyfriend Aiden Hart's house and watch a movie in his basement room with all the lights off and make out exuberantly but quietly as they snuggle under the scratchy Colts blanket and care about nothing else because they're so totally in love. Oh man, the word boyfriend. It's like something she can't even conceive. It's this faraway thing, and she knows if she ever got it, she wouldn't ever take it for granted because every day she would wake up and say, "Holy shit, I have a boyfriend." And if he only knew how perfect she was for him. He would stroke her face and say, Kid, I hate that we wasted so much time. We have to make up for it. I have to spend every minute of the rest of my life touching your body. And she would just put her fingertip to his lips, the way she once saw a hot girl do in a movie, like, "Sure, buddy," and then she'd kiss him. This Friday night, that is precisely what she's doing. She's in her room with the lights off and she's under the covers in her white panties and she's moving her legs together like a deli meat slicer and she's imagining her life in movie scenes and she's kissing him in the rain, at his football practice, in the movie theater, on the white bench at the ice cream shop. She's in just a bra and panties in her bed right now and he is beside her and his big arms are around her pale waist and his thumb is inside her belly button and she's full-on French kissing him. Their tongues are wetter than water slides, and she can feel every single bud. Then the phone rings and her mom screams Lena from the base of the stairs and it's 6 p.m. and Lena picks the phone off the receiver. It's Jennifer. And when Jennifer says, "Hey Lena, Aiden thinks you're cute, and we're gonna have us a double date tonight," this whole world with all its Fridays that feel like Tuesdays and its meatloaf and bullshit dies and a whole new life begins. Everything that happens on this night she will hold on to forever, the feeling of finally getting what she wants. The idea that it is a real thing that happens, that a dream can come true. They are going to meet at the movie theater on this warm and windless September evening. Jennifer's parents are dropping them off. In the car Lena's shaved legs are shaking. She's wearing jean shorts and a pink shirt and her blonde hair has fallen perfectly around her shoulders, for once. The car pulls up to the theater and there are the two boys and she can't believe it, that this is happening. She looks down at her feet as she exits the car because she's afraid about the look on his face, she's afraid of his face looking at her face and not finding it pretty enough. And then something pulls her eyes up, something melts the fear. Aiden. There he is, standing there, looking like the man he is turning into quicker than all the other boys. She's in love with him right away. But this time it's real. There's a chemistry. It's like her bones are magnetically drawn to his bones. He seems shy up close. "Nice to see you, Lena," he says. "Nice to see you," she says. Aiden holds his hand out to her. Seeing it there, she almost faints. This is suddenly no longer a faraway dream. She didn't actually will this. She couldn't have willed it, and that makes it beautiful. She would remember thinking, "I didn't realize my life might be happy." Lena takes his hand with the confidence of someone who knows her hand is suddenly good enough, too. He smiles and breathes out. Rod and Jennifer, who have already French kissed and probably a good bit more, are less romantic with each other. Lena always thought Jennifer was prettier than herself but tonight she doesn't. The boys have already purchased the tickets so the four of them walk into the theater. The two girls sit next to each other and Rod goes to sit on the other side of Jennifer and Aiden sits beside Lena. She feels the heat of his body beside her and she has to concentrate very hard on acting normal. She is grateful that they arrived late at the movie, that the house lights have already dimmed, so that he won't see her red face, her pimples, her exaltation. 7 is not Lena's kind of movie. It's bloody and carnal and at the scene where the man who's guilty of lust is forced to have sex with a woman wearing a strap-on that will mutilate her, Lena can't take it. Her discomfort is greater than her desire to be sitting next to Aiden, so she rises from the seat and, wordlessly, he does, too. She walks outside with the very triumphant feeling that this boy is going to follow behind. It's never been like this for her before. She has been a grey mouse in her bedroom. She walks faster and hears him picking up his pace. And then he calls her the name that will haunt her dreams. "Hey! Hey, kid, wait up. You okay?" She turns. They are under the light of the marquee. Suddenly it feels like 1957. Packards are pulling up and Cary Grant is saying, "Hello, gorgeous." And Betty Davis is saying, "Yo-hoo, lady. Over here." He catches her arm. She turns to him. "Did you just call me kid?" "Yeah." We're in the same grade. Yeah. So, you don't like it? No, she says, smiling wide. I like it. I like it, so much. And that's when it happens, the most romantic kiss in the history of the world. He moves his palm to her cheek, slowly and unsurely, like the boy that he still is even though he's more of a man than anyone else she knows, and she gets hot across her whole face. She sees 1,000 images the way it's supposed to be when you die and not for your first kiss. She sees her mother at the foot of the stairs calling her lazy, and she sees her father walking out the door. He keeps walking out the door and the door keeps closing behind him, and her mother is saying, "Lena, clean up your filthy mess. Lena, what are you going on about? Lena, where are you up there? Are you still in the damn bathroom?" And she sees her sisters narrowing their eyes at her, and she sees her pet rabbit that died in the night, and in the morning her mother made her scoop it out and she wanted to bury it, but she sees the trash bag with the twisty ties, and she sees her father walking out the door, and then all of a sudden this beautiful man's lips are on her lips. She feels his tongue slip inside her mouth, and it's something she's only imagined and read about in a book she and a friend shared called How to Kiss, which talked about tongues moving around like goldfish, but her tongue and his tongue are not like goldfish. They are not tongues at all but actual souls, moving against the wet bone of teeth. Lena feels that she could die right now, that if she did her life would be complete. "Aiden," she breathes into his mouth. "What's up, kid?" For some women, preparing to meet a lover is nearly as hallowed a time as the actual meeting. In some cases, it's better, because at length the lover leaves, or someone loses interest, but the tender moments of anticipation remain. Like the way Lena can more easily remember the beauty of snow falling than the grey slush that lingers. Lena stands naked and pale behind a yolk-colored curtain in a recessed rectangular shower stall, holding her mouth open to the stream, pushing her wet hair back the way that girls in movies do, one thumb over each ear and both palms at the top of the head, then smoothing the wet hair back. She shaves her legs and her pubic area, leaving what she'd heard some older girls call a landing strip. She soaps herself with Kamei, taking care to deeply clean the areas his mouth might kiss, scrubbing these areas harder, perhaps, than she should. She times it perfectly so that her sister would be heading for the bathroom just as Lena is on her way back to their shared room, so she could be alone. Naked on her bed, on top of her towel, she caresses pink lotion into her skin, not missing a single spot. Then she applies makeup, but not too much, because he had once made a comment about overly made-up girls, how they were trying to look older but they succeeded only in looking whorish. She blows her hair out in large sections so that it will lie straight but full of body, so that it might bounce across her back and shoulders as she walks. She applies perfume behind her ears, at the backs of the knees, and on the insides of her wrists. It's a lemony floral scent evocative of beach house afternoons, of iced tea with mint leaves, and clean breezes. The perfume is the final thing to go on, so that it lasts. Lena will be silently pissed if she passes a smoker along the way. Aiden is a smoker, and yet she wants to come to him clean, not smelling of cigarettes, even though the chances he'll be smoking when she approaches him are high. There is a nervous, weightless feeling in her bowels, as if she hasn't eaten in days. She has, in fact, been eating less, because that is what love does, Lena has begun to see. It feeds and eviscerates you at once, so that you're full but you are also empty. You don't want food or the company of others. You want only the one you love, and your thoughts of him. Everything else is a waste of energy, money, breath. The secret place is a river, but it is more than a river. Even now, nearly 2 decades later, Lena thinks of the word river when she thinks of the secret place, but it doesn't fit. The problem is, there's no better word for it. Like even the most perfect things in life, it is what it is. It wasn't that either of them had ever called it the secret place. Never allowed. It was just what Lena called it in her head. In fact, it had a much simpler name, simpler even than river. There. I'll meet you there. See you there at 10. Get off the bus, and there it was, only a quarter-mile away, into the woods not too deep, off the two-lane highway that ran through the flatland. There was a sort of path into the woods, not a real path but demarcated enough, a narrow clearing where the twigs and leaves were crushed by keds and timberlands. Lena in her white sneakers wondered how much of the path she'd created, and about all the people before her who'd made the first dents. There it was. There in a clearing where the wheat grasses overgrew, a thin, snaking river in the half-mist. The greatest part was seeing his pickup, old and beat up and so grey as to be invisible, which made Lena's heart thump like a bounced ball. It was fall when they started meeting there, but winter would come soon, so he said they should invest in blankets because it would be too expensive to keep the car running. That he had said this in September, when winter was so many weeks away, made Lena's eyes water, that he foresaw his future with her in it. For a very long time, that was enough, that the object of her love even considered her a beating heart, a living thing, in his orbit. Seeing his car already there, hearing the birds in the branches and the crunch of twigs underfoot. Smelling the wet earth and the exhaust and getting lost in a hologram of mist. Tucking her hair behind her ears the way she had practiced in front of the mirror, the precise way she looked the prettiest. All these sounds, smells, routines. It was her foreplay. And there, in his car, staring straight ahead into the trees and ringed by a halo of his own smoke, was this mythological man who was going to be hers, who was right at this moment waiting for her, so that the very entirety of her being was validated. He was the whole point of her existence, her mother and her sisters and the posterior side of her father be damned. There he was. There. One day Aiden is going to drink too much, he is going to have kids and a job that doesn't pay enough to buy the propane for the grill for the birthday parties in the summer. One day Aiden is going to have a big gut and a good deal of regret. He will not be a Marine or an astronaut or a ball player. He will not sing in a band or swim in the Pacific. Outside of his kids and his wife and the things he will have done for them, which count, but they also do not, in that way a man needs something in outer space to count, he will not have done anything anyone will really remember. Except for who he was to one woman. He was everything. Dear Diary. I'm in love with Aiden Hart and he's in love with me. And I swear I know this to be true. Nobody on this whole earth has ever been happier. I feel I could explode from the second I wake up. I am so happy I could die. I finally know what it means when people say that. I could die. As winter approaches, the bucking ride of their love story decelerates. It makes Lena hate the season. She feels any loosening of her obsession as acutely as she would feel one of her limbs snapping. School and its obligations weigh on her. Her mother's nasty remarks fall more sharply. She doesn't like her winter coat and she doesn't feel like reading books or learning anything new. Around this time, she hears that a friend of her older sister has a crush on her. It surprises her at the same time that it does not. It's as if suddenly, because of Aiden, she is visible to the world. She's popular. She knew it could happen this way. She'd always known. That realization is not calming but the opposite. The friend is not terribly good-looking, but he is older and has many friends and goes to all the parties. In the hallway he comes up to Lena while she is at her locker. She feels his hot breath at her nose. The way he is looking at her doesn't feel like a crush. It doesn't even feel that he likes her that much. He tells her about a party that weekend. Asks her if it sounds like something she'd be into. She feels her head bobbing. She's afraid of not saying yes. She doesn't think it's a date but she does like the idea that someone else finds her attractive. It's like being a display lamp in a lighting store that wasn't plugged in but now is. Suddenly customers are slowing down and going, "Hey honey, how about this one?" She's in love with Aiden but she figures this will be a fun night out and she thinks he might be out, too. That's the trouble, actually. She hasn't been able to account for his evenings lately. Actually, she never has, but she's suddenly realizing that hasn't changed. They haven't morphed into an actual couple, leashed to each other, the way Jennifer and Rod are. Lena says to herself, it will be nice to be taken out to a party. To get out of the house. But really, if she is being honest, she's going because Aiden hasn't called her in a few days, and at school he's smiled in the hallway but he's been distant and Lena is not letting her mind go there just yet. But it's in her subconscious, like the will of her mother. Her memory is blurred. The guy who picks her up, the one who allegedly has a crush on her, is not one of the ones. That much she knows. He takes her to a friend's house where there isn't really a party. It's 4 guys just drinking. She remembers thinking, when are we leaving to go to the party? Then suddenly the friend of her sister, the one who brought her there, is gone, or has gone from her memory. Now it's just a room with 3 guys drinking, and Lena. One of the 3 guys, the first one is how she remembers him, gives her a drink in a red Solo cup. She's not sure if it's alcohol. It looks purple inside the cup, or dark ocean blue. It doesn't really taste like alcohol. It tastes dark and gross and warm. Lena has never really drunk alcohol anyhow, so even if it were liquor, she wouldn't 100% know. I remember him the most, she will say later, when she's older, and I know he was the first one. I remember the first one the most. We were doing it. I wasn't really aware of how it was happening down there. I just felt someone on top of me and I knew it was sex. Next thing I remember is him rolling me over, so I'm on my stomach. Then there's another guy on me and I hear him say, "Oh no, this is Abby's little sister, I can't do this." And he quit. Then there was a third guy, but my memory is awful by that point. I wasn't fighting, that much I remember. I was just chill about it. I think I thought that I didn't want to say no to anyone, that I wanted them to like me. I just didn't want to give them any reason not to like me. The next day and all the days that follow, the rumor is that Lena fucked 3 guys in one night. Sloane Ford has very long, very beautiful hair the color of chestnuts. An improbably warm tone of brown, but she doesn't dye it. She's thin and in her early 40s, but her face is like a sorority girl's, it has the look of making out. She goes to the gym more often than she eats lunch with other mothers. She both does and doesn't look like a woman people gossip about. She appears genuine, if sly, and says things like, "I am intrigued by the politics of service." She means the way a dining experience is a microcosm for the dynamics of familiars and strangers coming together, under conditions in which one side of the encounter is somewhat indentured to the other, at least for the course of several hours. She gives the impression of not knowing she's being looked at. In certain light she can appear so self-assured that it can be frightening, and one might be very aware of setting her off. At other times she's very giving, so as to appear almost small, so that friends might endeavor never to upset her. The confluence of both is striking and has the result of drawing one to her. Sloane is married to a man named Richard, who is not as handsome as she is beautiful. They have 2 daughters, equine and vibrant like their mother, and a third child, Lila, Richard's daughter from his first relationship. As a family they are bound very neatly, and yet there is also a porousness, the sort of friendly distance that enables each member of the family to be his or her own person. They live in Newport, on Rhode Island's Narragansett Bay, where great Georgian houses line the rocky coast, on a crowded but lovely street where summer people buy bluefish pâté and cars and lobster from the fish market. Richard and Sloane own a restaurant a few blocks inland from the boats that knock quietly in the harbor. He's the chef and she's the front of the house. She's perfect for the position, the sort of woman who can wear ankle-length dresses and not get lost in them. Their summer is busy, as it is for everyone on the island. Summer is the time to make all the money they can because the colder months are seedless. In January and February the residents must batten down the hatches, stay inside with their family and their earnings, eating the kale pesto that they have preserved. During the colder months the residents are also better able to concentrate on the children, their routines, school and recitals and sports. But Sloane is a woman who doesn't talk about her children, Or at least not in the same way as some other women, whose lives revolve around tiny schedules. When Sloane is not around, people talk about her. In a small town, it would be enough that she goes to the gym more than she stops to talk by the bags of baby greens. But that isn't the reason why people talk. The salient bit, the gossip, is that Sloane sleeps with other men in front of her husband. Or she does it down the street, or on another island and records it, and shows her husband the video later. If she isn't with him, she texts with him throughout, to let him know how it's going. Occasionally she'll sleep with another couple. Hers is a trajectory that is not immediately tenable. She's living in this place year-round, which is strange in itself. Families like hers come for 2-week stints in the summer. Occasionally they will spend the entire summer, or the mother will, and the father will come on the weekends. But to be here full-time, in the winter, one can go crazy. There are no malls, no large stores to get lost in. When you leave for the day, you make a list of all the errands you need to run out in the world. The road to her adult life began with a Christmas party at the home of her father's boss, one of the richest men in New York City. The house, in the Westchester suburbs, had columns and Persian rugs and gold-edged crystal. Women with low heels. Outside, the tree branches were swollen with ice. The streets shone. Sloane was her father's date, and her date was a boy named Bobby. He was good-looking, like all the boys she dated. Sloane was 22 and taking a break from the restaurant business. She wanted to explore theater. She was going out almost every night, and her social calendar was full with a range of events, from warm beer in dank music venues to chilled martinis in homes like this one. Her father's boss's wife, a prim, silver woman named Selma, said, "We should get Keith and Sloane together." She said this somewhat in front of Sloane's date, Bobby. It was like an epiphany. Keith, their son, and Sloane, their right-hand man's daughter, beautiful, well-bred, thin, deific and, like two horses, ready to reproduce. They lived 2 blocks from each other. How had they not thought of this before? Sloane wasn't so interested in money, but all the same this young man, Keith, had a lot of it. His family name was at the top of most of the programs in the art world. A few weeks later, Sloane went out with Keith. She was happy to do it for her father. That her sexual energy was somehow usable in his business world made her feel powerful. Keith asked her where she wanted to go for their date, and Sloane said, Vaughan. The next place she wanted to go was always on the tip of her tongue. "That's funny," Keith said, "my best friend is the manager there." Sloane wore an olive turtleneck, velvety cigarette pants, and a pair of boots. They were seated at the best table, a banquette in an alcove. It sat 6, but that night it was reserved for the 2 of them. Sloane was used to being a special guest. She had on small earrings. The restaurant was buzzing with the energy of being the spot of the moment. Servers were walking quickly, seamlessly weaving around one another like half of them were ghosts. Plates were artful white and grey rectangles of fish cresting atop pyramids of vegetables, glazed in something slick and sweet and tanned. The smell of acid and heat. Radiators warm with sparing no expense. The manager, Keith's best friend, came by to let them know the chef would be sending out a special tasting menu. Before dinner, Keith and Sloane had smoked weed. Sloane always did the perfect amount of every drug. Sometimes the perfect amount meant overdoing it, and so that was what she'd do. Alcohol, for example. Sometimes, she knew, it was appropriate to be a little too drunk. 5 courses were sent out, each more interesting than the last. But it was the final one before dessert that impressed Sloane the most. A whole black sea bass with Chinese long beans in a viscous black bean sauce. She kept saying to Keith, "This is fucking amazing." And Keith would smile and alternately gaze at her and at the servers going by. He seemed amused by the rapid flow of the world. Sloane knew that inside the mind of boys like these was the casual appreciation of another nice dinner out with another pretty girl. One day he would have a billiards table in a downstairs room, cigar smoke, and sons. This sea base would become halibut or seared tuna. Sloane would become Christina or Caitlin. But Sloane, in that moment, in most moments, was not like the water that waved around her. This sea base, she said, touching Keith's wrist. This fucking fish. There was something about food there always had been that connected Sloane to a different world, one where she didn't have to be pretty and poised. A world where juices could run down her chin. The chef came out at the end, when Sloane and Keith were nearly through with the base. The bones lay picked clean on the plate. They were giggling and full. Sloane told the chef his food was wonderful, but she wasn't enormously gregarious. Mostly, she was stoned. She didn't tell him, for example, how the fish had warmed her. Her eyes sparkled at him, but she didn't connect to him with her eyes the way she knew she could if she wanted to. He didn't make a huge impression on her, in his white toque. But he was smiling and friendly and she'd enjoyed his food. The whole experience had been ideal and being with Keith felt very much like exactly what she should be doing with her life. Back in the kitchen, the chef sent a dessert out. Chocolate mousse and ginger snap cookies, with a sake berry sauce. Keith and Sloane drank coffee and digestives. Sloane was conscious of eating food that most girls her age did not eat, would not eat, in fact, until they were in their late 20s or early 30s and getting engaged. On their way out the door, Sloane turned to her date and said, "If I ever worked in a restaurant again, it would be a place like this." Keith had just learned at dinner about Sloane's restaurant past. The word past, of course, was silly. Using that word was like lending credence to the idea that, for a young woman like Sloane, it could almost be seen as a curiosity, the fact she'd worked in restaurants. She'd come from an upper-class family in a suburb of New York City, been schooled at Horace Mann, where future governors and attorney generals go. But even though she didn't need money for things like clothes and lip gloss, she'd nonetheless taken a job as a waitress when she was 15. She filled out the one-page application and for previous work experience she wrote about the hours she'd spent filing papers at her father's office, and the evenings of babysitting for neighbors' children. She'd been drawn to restaurants because she liked the atmosphere. She liked serving people. She liked wearing black pants and white Oxfords and being in charge of a table's experience. She saw the way other young men and women went from table to table, bored, irritated, nervous. Mostly, she knew, they weren't engaged. They were not present with the role they were performing. Because it was a role, as a server you were a master of ceremonies. You were the table's liege, and you were your kitchen's representative on the floor. Of course she liked the money, the numbers followed by dashes, whole, sweet numbers that were mathematical compliments on how well she'd performed. Or the cash tips, generally left by tables of all men, several 20s folded and tucked lasciviously under a roc's glass. Sloane tried it, first, the correct way. She'd applied to and been accepted at Hampshire, she'd gotten a dorm room together, she'd worn riding boots as she walked on bridges past the icy ponds and sharp hedges of New England academia. She went on dates, pledged a sorority. She dropped out of Hampshire, then she went back. Then she dropped out again. None of these moves was entirely painstaking. She was young and unsure. She had a brother, Gabe, who was like that, too, so while one of them was doing the right thing, the other one might be doing the wrong thing. Their parents could be mollified on one side, and concerned on the other. Sloane took some classes while she was working in restaurants, but she would always feel restless. She looked at the other students in the room, the way they seemed to really be listening was exotic to her. It was a state of mind that seemed unavailable. She felt more comfortable on her feet. So she had always returned to the buzzing floors, the clinking glasses. Even so, this night felt different. She felt drawn, as though by a magnet. It had been several years since she'd waitressed. She was back in school and looking at theaters downtown, thinking she might be good at producing shows. She knew how to talk to people, how to get the rich and boring interested in something new. Like her father's friends, for example. She looked them in the eyes and told them they would be remiss not to get involved in this person's show, or that person's golf wear. She used her hair and her smile and who she was in the world. She was not someone to overlook. And now she was with Keith, the boss's son. This was utterly what her father would have wanted. Her mother, too. Monogrammed sheets. Picnic baskets in the trunk of a Range Rover. Twins with Peter Pan collars. The word ecru. St. John. Christmas in Aspen. Telluride. If I ever worked in a restaurant again, it would be a place like this. She may have said it loud enough for the manager to hear her. The following week the manager called and offered Sloane a job, which she eagerly accepted. She hadn't realized, until now, how much she'd missed the restaurant world, the thrum and noise and the relevance. It was nearly like politics. Even though her position was at the front of the house, Sloane had to spend a day in the kitchen as part of her training. The idea was that all the employees should be well-rounded, so that a patron could ask a hostess how the sea base was prepared and she would have intimate knowledge. Normally the kitchen training involved the chef taking the new hire to each station, the cold station, the hot station, dessert prep, and so on. But on this occasion, the chef, Richard, was not interested in following the rubric. He met her in the dining room. He was wiping his hands on a damp rag. He had a sharp, angular face and the sort of light eyes that could be warm or roguish. Richard smiled and said, "How about if we make matzo balls?" Sloane laughed. Matzo balls. She looked around at the French Thai restaurant's dining room. There was faint music in the background. She looked down at the rug, at its shapes and colors. It made her think of pyramids in sandy countries she'd never seen. Sometimes she felt that she was a nowhere girl, that whatever place she was in could be any other place. That nobody would miss her at home, at school. And yet she knew that she was often the life of a party. She knew that people would say, "Where's Sloane?" if they had not seen her by 10 p.m., in a room she should have been in. She had a faint idea that one day other women would say, "I wish Sloane were my mommy," after she threw a lavish soiree for a third grader's birthday party. And yet, here she was, standing in this restaurant, feeling that she inhabited the body of someone she didn't entirely understand. Partly this was born from a fear of not having an identity. Because she had never quite known who she was, she tried very hard to concentrate on, at the very least, not being boring. And sometimes she had done exciting, out-of-character things to ensure nobody would call her boring. But sometimes those things made her feel loveless, tainted, and cold. And here was Richard. The chef of this restaurant, older than her but not in an older man kind of way. He was neither rich nor insane. He didn't have a jet or something corrupt about him. He was not any of the kind of men Sloane hung around. Especially during that time, when she was into bad boys, bassists, dark messy types who rode motorcycles. Richard, by contrast, was a clean-cut chef with his white toque, with his job that he went to, that he needed. At home, she'd heard, he had an infant daughter. He led her into the kitchen. A long stainless steel table shone and she could see her strong chin reflected. She had never been upset by a reflection of herself. She was somewhat aware of how lucky she was. In the sense that she had friends who didn't like their reflection, who either stayed away from it or sought it out, obsessively. Sloane did neither. Catching sight of her reflection in a shop window, or in a steel tabletop, merely reinforced what she already knew. She had been told throughout her life how beautiful she was. As a child, it had begun. Aunts, strangers. People absently caressing her hair, as though she were a retriever on a lawn, part of the castle of good fortune. Richard took out boxes of striped matzah. Another thing Sloane loved about restaurants was the quantity of items. Boxes and boxes of utilitarian items, anonymous and neat. Tomato sauce, in particular. She liked how you could line the perimeter of a room with the same kind of sauce, repeated in perpetuity. They crushed the matzahs to make meal. He had already brought out the garlic, the salt, the baking powder. He put these ingredients into a large bowl. In another he began to mix the eggs and the schmaltz. He had already minced the dill. She realized he had not expected her to say no to making matzah balls, and she liked that. In general, Sloane respected decision-making. She liked it when decisions were made for her. She wore an apron he'd given her, something standard issue and beautiful. He poured the wet mixture into the dry mix bowl, instructing her to use the fork to blend the ingredients, but not to overmix them. Next, he showed her how to form the balls using a cold spoon. Their hands and arms brushed against one another. Sloane felt the heat of his attraction. But she also felt something new. She'd felt lust and explosion before. She'd been thrown over beds and felt she was in church and in hell at once. But this was a new feeling. They placed the balls on a tray and slid them into the refrigerator to set. While they waited, they talked. They moved around his kitchen and told each other their stories. There was nobody else, in the sense that other employees walked in and out but none of them registered. Richard told her about his Jewish heritage. Offhandedly she realized that the matzah balls might have been his way of saying, "This is who I am, where I come from." He told her about his daughter, Lila. Like most young women her age, Sloane could not imagine having a child at that time. Whenever she had pregnancy scares she would look around whichever room she was in, a dorm, or an apartment she was sharing with a girlfriend or a boyfriend, and she would try to envision where the crib might go. She would glance past holiday bottles of Grey Goose and stacks of Vogue, and feel airless and dark. She was not even an aunt. When the matzah balls were ready they brought them out of the fridge and began to lower them into the boiling broth. It was a taupe, bready smell. Sloane liked it. It smelled of home. A home she'd never known, but home all the same. She felt Richard look at her, peeking, through the twist of their arms by the boiling pot. She felt sure that he would not let her get burned, that if the pot were to suddenly tip over, he would swipe it like a ninja in another direction, or even assume the burn himself, let the broth wash through his thin black pants, scalding his legs the hurt color of raw pork. When the balls were cooked they added them to the rest of the soup and the staff ate it for family meal. Sloane looked around the table at the servers and hosts and the manager, all of them less experienced, it seemed, in both the highs and the lows of life, than she was. Or at least she felt that way at the time. She felt like a small, red god. Unique in that she could not be sorted. Benevolent and cruel at once. Beautiful and tawdry. Rich and poor, religious and godless. She was a balance of contradictions, like all subversive girls with rich, cool daddies and crisp, scarfed mothers. She was nowhere she was wanted and yet she was everywhere she was desired. For most of her 2 decades she'd been a ghost in light linen, drinking orange juice at elegant tables, being exquisite on Easter. But for the first time she felt that if she left this room, she would be plainly missed. This was where she should be, she felt it in her knees. She ate the soup, which warmed her wholly. After that day in the kitchen with the matzah balls, Sloane settled into her role at the restaurant. It became her, and she became the position. It took over her whole life. All jobs do, to an extent, but when one works in a restaurant, because of the nature of the work, because of the hours, because it consumes the evenings and weekends, it becomes one's social life. It became the fulcrum on which the rest of her life pivoted. She spent the most time on her hair when she had the longest shift at the restaurant, so that it would be clean and straight for 10 solid hours. Around sunset one evening she felt that she was being watched. She looked up and saw Richard in the kitchen. She was wearing mud-checked pants. They were very tight. She felt long and pretty and useful. Moving slowly, she crossed the floor to refill the jars along the restaurant's railing with votive candles. She knew it would give Richard the best view of her rear. She bent over the railing in such a way. She didn't look back to see if he was watching, but her skin tingled with the heat from his eyes. Sloane also had a morning gig running a coffee shop housing Works bookstore cafe. It was not so much that she needed the money, but that she felt more capable when she was diffusing her energy. She enjoyed learning different business models. She liked having tentacles. College kids would come in between classes at NYU. They would eat granola and yogurt and Salvadoran corn cakes. They would be hungover and moody or bright. She would listen to them and watch them and scan the room. It felt better to manage their experiences than it had to sit beside them in classes and wonder at how they were absorbing all that information. Someday, Sloane wanted to run her own place. There was a colleague at the bookstore with whom she talked of buying a space they might turn into a restaurant and club. It was her dream, at the time, to combine food with music at a cutting-edge venue. A one-stop location for a group's entire evening. After eating steak frites and stuffed artichokes, a table of friends would stay to drink and dance and watch a band play. She was looking at West Broadway below Canal, which back then was parking lots, smoke shops, thick shakes, rollerblades. Now that part of the city is dorm buildings with rooftop gardens, boutique markets selling hydroponic butter lettuce, and boys in Ray-Bans taking selfies in front of Hook and Ladder number 8. It was typical of Sloane to see the promise of something before everyone else did. In the slender strips of time when she was not working, Sloane would go and see an ex named Judd, or a young woman named Erica. Judd had dark eyes, pale skin, and a motorcycle. Sloane liked how her hair felt dirty in the morning, after she'd been with him. He didn't always call her back as quickly as she'd have liked. With Erica, it was a little more predictable. Even when there is tumult with women, there is a baseline of certainty. They call more, respond more quickly. Erica wasn't Sloane's first woman. There'd been a girl at Hampshire named Leah. They dated, as much as one can date in college. On a winter evening, Leah said she needed a penis. They called up a young man they had each seen, individually, in the past. As a trio, they did more laughing than anything else. It was a blur of messing around. She was turned on by the multiple trails of saliva on her thighs. With Erica, in New York, it was more serious, plus, Erica wasn't at all into men. Sometimes, Sloane saw, there could be an imbalance in a relationship between two women, when one also likes to sleep with men and the other doesn't. Sometimes the one who doesn't can feel that the other woman is a betrayer. She might worry that the other woman wants more, not just the penis, not something a dildo can't sate, but the idea of a man, the idea of someone who is larger, the idea of being ecstatically subjugated by masculine energy. Sloane didn't want or need a man in that way. But she did want more from life than what it seemed one person could give her. She wanted bigger experiences. She always wanted an evening to evolve into something more complex. She brought Erica over to Vaughan to work as a server. Sloane had always mixed her worlds. She didn't fear contamination. If anything, the potential chaos was exciting. After work they would all get together and drink and go over the failures and successes and, being enthralled to the energy of the place, they would discuss how to make the experience better for the patrons the next evening. There was a sexual vim involved. Table setting a world made Sloane feel alive. When occasionally the biosphere of the restaurant felt small and stifling, when she felt Erica pulling closer, Sloane would disappear for a few nights to go to Judd's. With Judd, she drank a lot, did drugs, fucked in the pitch black. Judd was like a loft apartment, stark and cool. Often the Sid and Nancy of it was appealing. She never knew if he was her boyfriend, or if she wanted him to be, but she liked the way she worried about whether or not he was going to call her. She liked getting ready to go and meet him. Mascara, straws in clear liquid. For several months it was a whirlwind. They broke up and got back together and lived together and left each other and came back. He was crazy and she acted crazy around him. And eventually there came a third relationship, with Richard the chef, even though at first it didn't feel like one. There was no grand fuck, no night of scotch and weirdness that kicked it off. The chemistry between Richard and Sloane was hot, but it was also clear. He was not a child. He had an 8-month-old daughter at home, by a woman with whom he was still close but no longer romantically involved. And though he was a father, Sloane did not really think of him that way. Mostly he seemed like something healthy. Sloane felt she needed to grow up. Or rather, she knew that she needed to grow up. Though she didn't entirely know who she wanted to be, she had always known the benchmarks she needed to hit. It was a byproduct of coming from her type of family. She never actually told Judd it was over. They sort of fell away from each other, in tiny increments. The trick, she'd learned, was never to be honest, and also never to actually lie. She began to stay later at the restaurant, drinking at the bar while Richard brought out experimental dishes for Sloane and the lingering servers. Beggars' purses filled with piquant pork and cinched with strips of scallion. Then the night came when she didn't go to see Judd at all, and he called, as much as and more than she'd ever wanted him to call. Then the next night came, when she went home with the chef. The following morning, Sloane opened her eyes and his were already open and looking at her, and it felt utterly distinctive and contained, and so she said, somewhat jokingly, "Do you think that we should be exclusive?" There were a number of children's toys neatly placed on bookshelves. In the kitchen there was rice cereal in the pantry, Medela bottles with mushroom nipples drying on a rack. Richard had his head propped up with the heel of his hand. A wide bar of sunshine lit up the dust on the floor. "I thought," he said, "that we already were." The beginning of their relationship was not dramatic, as almost all of Sloane's previous connections had been. Right away it felt like something she had under control. She didn't have to chase after the portion inside Richard that in other men, like Judd, had seemed under lock and key. It wasn't love, that portion, but stasis. It was the core of another person, staying still long enough for her to match her own parts against his. He was confident and strong and powerful. He was never jealous or mean. He was talented and self-assured and gave orders to his staff in a manner both kind and resolute. On top of all that, he wanted her so much, he wanted her all the time. She wanted him back, of course, but his near-rabid insatiability for her made her feel like the most coveted woman in the world. They also shared the same life goals. They both wanted to open a restaurant, but, even better, he was kitchen and she was front of the house. It was too good to be true. 7 months later, in July, Sloane brought Richard to Newport, to her parents' summer house on the water. Richard was impressed in the way that all newcomers were. The crowds in the town and on the beaches fell away when you drove down gravel driveways to brilliant white homes on private rocky shores. You could buy eggs and fiddlehead ferns from little farm stands, leaving money in an honor box. But it was also off-putting in the way that overloved spots could be. It was the height of the season and they couldn't get in anywhere to eat. Chefs and waiters were overworked as tourists crowded into the best restaurants on the water. When they finally got a table, they found that the tablecloth was stained, the linens not having been changed in between patrons. Over a bowl of linguine swimming in a thin clam sauce the color of beach water, Sloane looked at Richard and he looked back at her, and a decision was made in the middle of that gaze. By September, they had a purchase and sale on a lovely spearmint house in the center of town, with a restaurant attached. It was reckless, perhaps, she agreed with some friends, but she insisted that it wasn't stupid. She knew there was no better chef than Richard. She'd known as much since the black base he prepared that first night. She wasn't quite sure there was no better partner, but she was willing to find out. This is how you deal with watching your husband with another woman. You need to have a buzz, but you cannot be drunk. If you are too drunk, then you will get irrationally jealous. You will stop making sense of things. You will not have the part of your brain that says, "No, he loves you, he is just doing this for fun." Your husband must concentrate on you. Yes, something is happening for him, But that is a physical sensation and he needs to feel it, experience it, enjoy it, but in his brain he must be concentrating on where you are. Where you are in the room, and where you are in your brain. As for the girl, she can do what she wants. You can't control the girl. She has to be very attractive but not as attractive as you, in either your eyes or your husband's. It cannot be a porn scene. This is something you're choosing to experience together, as one lobe of your loving relationship. You have to check in with each other, you have to be aware. Awareness. You may think you understand the word, but you have to absorb the word. Your husband must be aware of you as though he is in your brain. This is about turning you on, and not the other woman. So even if he is fucking this other woman, he needs to be fucking you, in his mind. Each pump is going through this woman, and into you. It's been a long while of swinging, if you could call it that, because it is not actually swinging. Swinging is a word that belongs to another time, to people who are not Sloane. She is refined and so are her world, her bedsheets, her brain. It is more like sexuality without boundaries, but not in a hedonistic, hipster sense. If you were to liken their sexual life to the setting of a dinner table, the table itself would be long and thick, decorated with antlers and other bones and flowers. To drink, there would be wine and port, and the guests would eat their dessert and salad at once. There would be velvet chairs and simple wooden bar stools, but guests could also sit on the table, naked, or in Baroque dress. It all began on her 27th birthday. The first week of July, over a decade ago. The restaurant had been open for 2 years. White cornices, sunshine. She was pleased with what she had built. She felt that everything she had done up until now had a reason. It was hot and Newport was humming with the force of the holiday weekend. The 4th of July is the first lucrative weekend of the season. The summer people buy up the flowers from the farmer's market. They carry dripping stems back to their air-conditioned beach cars, their green station wagons, and their vermilion antique convertibles. The rust on the undercarriage is a statement. Long-haired girls in their early 20s wear bikini tops and soft pants. Every year there is one kind of sandal that is favored over another. In the morning Sloane went to the restaurant to fill out some paperwork. She ran her hand along the stainless steel in the kitchen, admiring the refrigerator full of cold summer vegetables. All the machines, the industrial blenders. She owned these things. She could feed hundreds of people a night. A noise startled her at the other end of the room. She looked up and saw Karen, a server who also worked on the restaurant's books. Sloane knew little about Karen, only that she had recently graduated from college. And, like many young women who weren't sure what they wanted to do or where they wanted to live, Karen had come to work in Newport, where her friends' parents had vacationed. She had come as a preteen several times and learned what to covet. She had very dark hair and dark lips. They were vampiric, almost. As though full of congealed blood. Sloane, who was known for being both thin and sexy, immediately, there in the kitchen, began to list the ways in which she was better than Karen, and the ways in which Karen was better than her. Sloane was thinner. Karen was younger. Sloane owned the restaurant, and Karen merely worked in it. But that could also be reversed. It could be better that Karen was an employee, a pretty young thing obeying orders. Is that not a man's dream? Thought Sloane. But no, Sloane was confident, alpha, abundant yet reserved, partied but went home early enough to be missed. Karen was a child, she was probably insipid to talk to, good only at concerts and in the bedroom for the first 15 minutes before you grew weary of the switching of positions. Because this was a girl, Sloane could tell, who moved about often, who displayed her whole deck, grinning. Enough would be enough, sooner than a man might imagine. Sloane, on the other hand, long-haired, yogic, fearsome, had ever more layers. Eventually any man in the world would go to her, and stay there. "Hi," Karen said. It was an unusual hello, warm and spiky. "Hi," said Sloane. She has a way of saying hello that is at once inquisitive, judgmental, and a little bit sensual. Isn't today your birthday? Sloane nodded. She could feel a smile forming. Is it so simple? She thought. For someone to say it's your birthday, and your guard falls. Like you are 7 years old, wearing your new dotted Swiss dress. What Sloane didn't know was that a few days prior, Karen proposed something to Richard. She said, "What if I join you and your wife in the bedroom?" Of course that was not the actual question. Unless the moment has been recorded, you can never know what the actual question is. It's impossible to answer. You couldn't be honest about exactly how something like that is worded. Utter honesty, Sloane knew, had no place in threesomes in any kind of sex, for that matter. Sloane imagined Richard raising his eyebrows, imagined him feeling shy and nervous. His wife wasn't around. He was a devoted husband. He said, "You can propose that to Sloane, if you like." Then he went back to what he was doing, preparing food for hundreds of people. Karen suggested they take off the rest of the day. She didn't know Sloane well enough to suggest such a thing, and yet it was precisely for this reason that she was able to. "Let's bring a bottle of champagne to the beach," she said, taking Sloane by the hand. They drove to Napa Tree Point with the champagne and Sloane's dog. The two women laid out towels. Their toes were painted and their legs and feet were tan. The ocean was rough yet quiet. The way a snowfall blots out the world with its blanket, the ocean will do the same with its white noise. The two women played music from a little wounded boombox. They drank the champagne and ate grapes, and Sloane felt like a girl. Something about Karen made her feel not just young but childlike. Also, Karen was somewhat in charge. Perhaps because Sloane had allowed it, but in any case, it was nice that she could rely on someone else's personality to outweigh hers for a change. Around sunset they returned to Sloane and Richard's home. After a day of drinking on the beach, walking into her home with this stranger felt foreign. It smelled acidic, like decaying roses. The taste on Sloane's tongue was pink and ashy. She was burned from the sand and the sun, her skin felt at once coarse and moist, and the night looked as if it could go anywhere, though of course the path was much more knowable. It was, in fact, immutable. The two women were, at first, alone in the house. Sloane thought of sending Karen home before Richard returned. But something stopped her. The alcohol, for starters. But also the way that sometimes doing something bad can feel homeopathic. Within the hour they heard a car pull up. Richard joined them on the deck. He hadn't brought a cake. There wasn't one in the house. Sloane's birthday was several days after the 4th of July, and she owned a seasonal restaurant in a place where the 4th of July was the most important holiday. She didn't remember having had a birthday cake in a very long time. The three of them drank cocktails and wine. Drinking was important, Sloane knew, for this kind of event. It was almost more important than the people involved. She knew she had to be the perfect kind of inebriated. Wine was good, a soft white. And in addition to alcohol, Sloane would say there is one other component involved in how a threesome begins. It is these words. One thing led to another. The individuals involved can rarely tell you the precise moment. That's because it's impossible. One would have to admit seeking something that feels unsavory, alien. A husband who desires to enter another body, to hold another breast. A wife who wants to see her husband want someone else, so that she may want him as much as she'd like to. A third person who is not frankly loved in the world, who enters a room as a cipher in a tank top. A husband who makes the first move. A wife who closes her eyes to the first move. A third person who has eaten nothing all day. Someone turns on the music. Someone pours a drink. Someone reapplies lipstick. Someone positions her body in such a way. Someone is less hurt than he should be. Someone is afraid of her carnality. Someone is worried about not being sexual enough. Someone lights a candle. Someone closes a French door. Someone's stomach drops. It is everything to do with bodies, and it is nothing at all to do with bodies. One thing led to another, and Sloane was messing around with Karen. The phrase messing around means making out, feeling up, being physical with someone with whom you are not in a relationship. The connotation is that it's a flimsy thing. It does not have holy meaning. There is also the idea of something being sloppy, mistaken. It was a phrase, with good reason, burned into Sloane's memory. One thing led to another, and Sloane was messing around with Karen, and then Richard approached, and he would kiss Sloane's shoulders while Karen kissed Sloane's mouth. Sloane always found it alluring to mess around with a girl. Even more than it was alluring, it was easy. It had never been, OMG, I'm gonna kiss a girl. Not even in college, her first time with Leah. For Sloane, there had always been something mature about not drawing a severe line between genders and marking your predilections on either side. But this time she was married. It wasn't about the girl, it was about her husband and another girl. She rationalized it. She said to herself, this girl came on to me. It wasn't that Richard said, I want you to make out with this girl. It was her and me, at the beach. And it's him and me first, and this girl is just an additive. She is something fun. 2 years earlier, when Sloane decided to move to Newport for good, when, effectively, she decided not to become the same woman as her mother, she'd taken a ride to nearby Block Island. She parked her car in the belly of the boat and climbed to the top floor, where she stood outside and looked out at the grey and blue water. The cold, salty wind whipped her hair around and into her eyes, and she thought of what kind of woman she wanted to be. All her life this had been a somewhat grave consideration. Audrey Hepburn in Breakfast at Tiffany's. Kim Novak in Vertigo. Those women moved under a gauze of smoke and intrigue. Most exhilaratingly, they did not apologize for themselves. Even Holly Golightly, with her dizzy wavering, always seemed to make a deal with herself in the morning, in her tiny bathroom, that it would be her against the world. Sloane decided on the boat that day that she wanted to be unflappable. To be unmoved by the tides that might shift around her. To hold herself in her own hands. There would be moments that tested her, and she would look at each of those moments as a learning tool. This was one of those moments. Here was this sensual young woman, holding a glass of wine in her home. Still, Sloane didn't yet know her husband completely. They had been married only a few years, and they had his daughter half the time, and the rest of the time it was about the restaurant, getting it up and running, writing menus, hiring staff, firing staff. It was go, go, go. Sloane was not completely sure that he was into only her, that he wanted only her in the world. After all, she wondered, could anyone really feel that way about someone else? One thing she knew for certain was that Richard had never done anything like this before. At first he seemed unsure, even upset, and then someone said something silly and disarming and guards fell all around the room and one thing led to another. It happened slowly. The two women began kissing, and then they were both unbuckling Richard's belt and taking down his pants. Then they were both sucking, taking turns, smiling, being polite, and all of it was easy at first, all eyes glittering with the absurdity and the excitement of it. Another thing led to another, and suddenly Sloane's husband was behind this other woman, fucking her, and something inside Sloane stopped. Not her heart, but something that kept her body running all the same. She could feel it, her actual soul melt out and skitter from the room. Then her physical body began to wilt, and she backed off. Richard noticed right away. Immediately he extracted himself from the other woman, approached his wife, and said, "What's going on?" "It was really hard for me to see that," Sloane said. She looked past him, to the candle on the nightstand. "The room smelled like figures, I suppose," she said. "I wasn't ready." How silly, she was thinking, to use the word ready. When can you be ready for anything? Or is life, in fact, a continuum of things you must prepare for, and only with perfect preparation can you exist in the present? Sloane didn't know what the girl was doing at that point. She didn't care. It was her and her husband in the thick room. She did find it remarkable that Karen was young, considerably younger even than Sloane, but that it was not her first time doing something like this. Something so adult. On the bed the girl waited, knowing, perhaps, how these things went. That it would blow over. Sloane was confused. It had been a fantasy of hers to watch her husband fuck another woman, one she'd never quite expressed out loud, but something she often went to in her head, in two plain moments. Suddenly now it felt terrifically wrong. In the near future, she would fantasize again about Richard fucking the girl and it would turn her on, but for now she felt she was leaking out from the inside. Her husband, for God's sake, was consoling her with an erect penis that had just been inside another woman who during the day worked in their restaurant. One thing led to another and somehow, they resurrected it. Sloane decided she could keep going. After all, it had already happened. Her husband had been inside someone else in front of her. She had watched his spine, thrusting. There was no going back. Even in the most complex of conjured realms, Sloane could not imagine a time machine convincing enough to take them back from this. Maggie. During her sophomore year of high school, Maggie becomes an aunt to a baby girl named Emily. She's proud of how beautiful and happy the baby is. Sometimes it scares her, how much the child likes her. If she walks away for a few seconds, the child screams. She's demoted from varsity to JV soccer. There are two new coaches, a man and a woman, replacing the old head coach, who stepped down that year. The two new coaches pull her aside after tryouts. In a dingy staff room at the high school they stand shoulder to shoulder and say, "Listen, you're moving down. You have a great vision of the field, but you don't get the ball to where it needs to go." She doesn't understand how both those things can be true. Meanwhile other sophomores plus incoming freshmen are sent up to varsity. She is alternately indignant and humiliated. Maggie quits. This is how Maggie handles adversity. If someone criticizes her in the wrong way, not taking the time to tell her that she is still worth something, she doesn't try to do better. She just says, "Fuck it, fuck yourself." She forsakes what she loves. She doesn't have advisors telling her to relax, to hang back and think it over. To work hard on JV and prove the coaches wrong. Her old man is strong, but drunk. He has been trying to get a new job since being laid off from the one he's held his whole life, but he doesn't take the right steps. She knows the two new coaches think she's uppity. They think she doesn't know her place. Fargo doesn't like one of its own to get out of line. America wants you to pay your dues. Maggie sees only the unfairness everywhere. Then there are teachers like Mr. Nodal, who know how to talk to her. There are people out there who are like the trains in the distance, glorious and forward-moving and unswerving, and she wants to be one of these. But sometimes she falls on the sword of her own desire. And lies there, and repents too late, and too incorrectly, for anyone to want to save her. Did you continue to confide in Mr. Nodal as you went through high school after having had him as a freshman English teacher and then being in speech and debate and service learning and those sorts of things? You think Hoy's bushy mustache is decrepit. Skinny old people freak you out. They remind you of your dad's mom. When you were a kid you always felt her turning a corner to find you in the middle of something sinful. Similarly, Hoy catches you off guard often. He looks at you like you are an underperformer. You gained weight since high school. Maybe he knows his client is guilty. Probably he does. In any case he looks at you like he is surprised that Aaron went for you. Sometimes you want to pull out pictures of yourself from back then. Show people your smile, your little body. You want to tell Hoy he is an old creep. His wife has probably had more sex time headaches than any other woman in the history of Evanescent Desire. I'm sorry, did I? Did you continue to confide in him about your experiences with an adult male in Hawaii over your junior? The prosecutor, John Bias, says, "I'm going to object to that on relevance and rape shield." It is a terrible thing when you feel grateful that someone who is supposed to defend you finally begins to defend you. Rape shield means you can't ask an alleged rape victim about other sexual encounters. It means you can't try to prove that whore is her baseline. The plane ticket was purchased by her brother-in-law. It would be her first time flying over a large body of water. 15 hours. The length of the flight alone was exotic. Dane and Melia lived in Oahu. Dane was stationed at the Schofield Barracks. Melia was tan and had a baby daughter. That Melia was now Dane, and Melia was something that occasionally bothered Maggie. Maggie and Melia had grown up inseparable in Fargo, where winter reigned supreme. That her older sister was not hers anymore was one thing. That she was also living in a tropical utopia added insult to injury. Melia had come home to Fargo for her actual wedding ceremony, which took place over the summer in nearby Wild Rice. Maggie's bridesmaid dress was complex, strapless and brown, with multiple pickups and gathering and layers. It reminded her of Belle's dress in Beauty and the Beast. After the wedding, the sisters flew to Hawaii with the baby. Dane had gone on ahead. It seemed that happened a lot with the army. The man was often going ahead somewhere, to plunge a stake into the land, or to fix a broken water main. Before they leave, Melia and Maggie go shopping for the trip. Melia tells her nobody dresses up in Hawaii. No heels, just nice sandals and loose, colorful clothes. Maggie buys flowing tops and skirts. There is, in particular, a turquoise tube top that is snug around her chest but pours out and hangs long. She could wear it as a dress, or as a top with a pair of jeans. At the end of the shopping trip, she holds her plastic bags in upside-down bouquets at her hip. She holds them close and gratefully, as though they themselves are experiences, wrapped still and fateful. Maggie is stunned by Hawaii from the moment the plane lands. The emerald trees, the vivid flowers. The airport itself is beautiful. She sees her whiteness, for the first time, through the lens of otherness. Fargo has been a vacuum, or it's been too cold to let her stop and see. They spend the bright, warm days at the beach, watching the baby suckle up the notes of life. Sifting sand through her round fingers, tasting the brine of the sea. Maggie is likewise a newborn. Everything is alien. The birds make Martian sounds. The temperature is a kind of warmth she has never experienced. The ocean. Maggie has always loved to swim, only she's never been in such water before. This limpid blue, and the luminescent squiggles of fish. She thinks of leaden North Dakota, its bodies of water slate and freezing. One day she hikes to the heart of a secret waterfall. The wild black water rushes from between two halves of a green mountain, like a vibrant truffle. Hawaii is the kind of place where Maggie feels she must always be wearing a bathing suit, as the opportunity to swim might emerge in the middle of traffic. Some people, Maggie thinks, live their lives as if they are sure they're going to get another one. One more chance to be cool and popular or smart and rich and have a lot of sex. They act as though it's okay to hang back on this one, and merely watch it like a movie. Maggie is devoutly Catholic and doesn't believe in multiple lives. She's intent on making the most of this one. She wants to experience everything, but she also wants to follow the mandates of her religion. She was upset, for example, when Melia first told her she was pregnant. It isn't right to have sex outside marriage. But Emily, the little girl, is sinless, starry. Maggie can't imagine her born of sin. Especially now that Dane and Melia have one resounding last name. They have a blender. Nothing is as Catholic and binding as a clean, white blender. Black and white used to feel decisive to Maggie, but in Hawaii such unambiguity seems unintelligent. Hawaii makes her aware of her contradictions. She spends whole warm nights examining herself. She takes long walks on the beach. She watches her toes burrow into the sand and thinks about everybody back home who will be surprised at who she has become when she returns. A couple of times at night when 16-year-old girls most rue the decision to stay for so long with new parents, Melia remains home with Emily while Dane takes Maggie out with his friends. They are tall and broad and loud, and Maggie is good at drinking and laughing. It's key, she knows, to both blend in and sing for your supper. One night, Maggie says she is going to a party at the home of someone she met through Dane. Melia tells her husband to follow after Maggie, to keep an eye out. Maggie and Dane arrive in regular clothes and see that everyone else is dressed in togas. The red solo cups glint like bulbs amid all the white robes. "Fuck you," Maggie says to her brother-in-law. "You didn't know it was a toga party?" "I forgot," Dane says. A fellow military man named Matteo comes up, claps Dane on the shoulder, and introduces himself to Maggie. He is originally from Cuba, broad-shouldered, charming. "You're not dressed up," Matteo says. "It's his fault," she says, pointing to Dane. Dane and Maggie follow Matteo into his dark, bare house, where he pulls out of a tiny linen closet 2 fairly white sheets. Maggie changes in the bathroom, slinging the sheet over one bare shoulder and knotting it in the back. If there are antifungal ointments or hair loss droppers, she doesn't see them. There is one giant thing of shampoo in the miserly shower. It smells like clean men. Back at the party, she drinks Malibu, which slides down her throat like a gel. She laughs a lot and feels like a more formidable version of 16. Matteo tells Maggie she's funny and that he loves her brashness. They laugh a lot together, and he looks into her eyes when she talks. He confides that he just separated from his wife and is still broken. Either he uses the word broken or maybe her sister did. He is 31, which seems like 57 because Maggie is 16 and he had the time to get married and also divorced, and sometimes she feels reading for pleasure is too much on top of homework. She drinks so much that she pukes. She bends over behind a parked car and holds her own hair back. Her brother-in-law comes out with one of his buddies. They watch her and laugh. Maggie lifts her head. She doesn't mind being the butt of the joke because she knows how to roll with it. She's relieved that the friend who saw her puke is not Matteo. Everyone else is a brother. Melia and Dane don't think it's strange when, a couple of nights later, Matteo shows up at their place more dressed up than usual, wearing cologne that colors the air jungle green, to take Maggie out for dinner. Maggie, for her part, is impressed. He looks super nice. His car is a man's car. It smells of air freshener and more of the same cologne. She thinks of the boys in Fargo, who never light her cigarettes. Matteo opens the car door for her. They drive to Applebee's. She orders her favorite, the blackened chicken. He cares whether or not she is full. He makes sure she isn't just pretending to be done eating. "Are you sure you're all set?" he asks. "Don't act all princess-like. Besides, I eat so damn fast." She nods, her mouth full of food. She smiles as soon as she's able. He pays for everything. She's used to living in a cold, grey place, to getting together with boys who don't pay attention to whether she's happy or hungry. Here she is in Hawaii with a man, on a proper date. The water thunders in the distance. The air is balmy and everything smells like her pineapple-flavored lip gloss. After dinner they go for a walk on a nearby beach. The sand is cool and soft beneath her feet. She will learn, someday, that there are many men like this, who keep facing you while you walk. But Maggie is just 16. To her, Matteo is unique. Her body is heated by the rum. She feels that her limbs are jangling, but also that she is in utter control. He suggests they sit and look at the ocean. They do so with their knees drawn up to their chests and stare out like the people on the banks of a Surat. Maggie tries to concentrate on the rolling black. Matteo leans in close. His smile is very long, but his mouth is closed. Like many girls her age, Maggie is laid out before the world, unafraid, unpopulated. Men come to insert themselves, they turn a girl into a city. When they leave, their residue remains, the discoloration on the wood where the sun came through every day for many days, until one day it didn't. "Why are you smiling?" Maggie asks. "Because," he says, "I want to kiss you." Taddeo comes for Maggie one shining Hawaiian morning on his motorcycle. He brings her to a motorcycle club meet-up that begins with a potluck breakfast in the verdant hills. Maggie is the only girl of her age. The other women are biker chicks in dusty black leather with stringy hair. She feels out of place, but gloriously so. She wears the turquoise top as a dress. Her tan legs vibrate against his with the hum of the engine. The first couple of curves are frightening, but eventually she stops thinking about danger. Each curve becomes an opportunity to lean her body in the opposite direction and grow up. Taddeo has muscles and little slash marks fanning out from the sides of his eyes. She likes holding onto his back. Back in Fargo, her parents are probably drinking. When she's home, it feels necessary to account for all their movements. But here in Hawaii, she's free. She's on a vacation from the fear and unfairness. They ride around all day. At a certain point, she feels a sharp pain and believes she has been stung by a bee. But then she realizes it was a rock that sailed up from the road and sliced her arm. She doesn't complain about it. She doesn't want to do or say anything unpleasant. The engine sputters to sleep as Taddeo rides them into his driveway, at the end of a canopied cul-de-sac. All the residences are on stilts, like fairytale tree houses for hippie surfers. Taddeo has a roommate who isn't home. Maggie can tell he hasn't lived in the place for long. His room is bare, dark-sheeted. Overturned wastebaskets double as nightstands. It seems he hasn't kept anything from his old life, with the exception of a lighter and some nice pairs of pants. Maggie has just been in her sister's wedding. It's wild to her that this man had a wedding with a woman and now he has a single room with a bed against a wall. Only packets of dark sauce in the fridge, beer, sandy burrito. The way Maggie sees it, she wants it more than he does. He doesn't know she's a virgin. He doesn't know that just a few months ago she'd been giving her sister a hard time for being pregnant and unwed. Maggie lies down on the bed first. They fuck for 20 minutes. It's more and less than what she expected. For one thing, the actual physical stuff has become knowable, broken down into identifiable parts. The slick, copulative aspects are more obscene than she imagined they would be. But she's in the club now. She's one of the people who get thumped down into beds and lie atop wet spots. It's the intangibles that impress her the most. Sex, for Maggie, is in the way he noticed the cut on her arm from the rock. That he was upset because she hadn't cried out, because she had kept the pain to herself. The way he peeled off his boxer briefs. The foreign softness of certain patches of skin. It would be these things that she would remember for years to come. After it's over, he doesn't take her home right away. They lie in his bed and talk for a long time. He asks her questions about Fargo, and he tells her about Cuba. She listens to him, with her hand on his chest, which is rising and falling like an animal's. She concentrates on her hand, she hopes it's lying there with the right amount of pressure, that it isn't annoying, that she isn't too much of a child. She doesn't want to seem like a virgin. Anyway, she isn't one anymore. Bias objects about Hawaii. The whole state is a sex act. The question, Hoy says, was, did you confide in him about it? Yes, you say. And how did you go about confiding in him about that? I wrote him a letter. Okay. Why Mr. Nodal? Because I was extremely embarrassed, and he had up until that point proved to me that he wasn't one to judge. Okay. And so what were you hoping to get from Mr. Nodal by writing him the letter? You think about this. Some of these questions you are embarrassed to be answering in front of your brother, even though he knows most of it. A deposition raises all the hairs on your arms. Everyone sees the lame, embarrassing, psycho things you have done. You remember writing the letter at home and then handing it to him after class. You remember how nice it felt to expunge to someone who would not bring his own garbage into your choices. Everybody in the world judged you except this man. Your friends looked at you as though you were going to suck their crushes off. Your mother looked at you as though you might be growing things inside your abdomen, barnacle babies with the heads of older men. Your father looked at you as if he could no longer hold you in his arms. But Mr. Nodal wanted what was best for you. He didn't have a dog in the fight. Just his teacher feelings. And how you longed to just be heard. To just say, hey, I had sex with this guy in Hawaii and it was fun and the ocean was fantastic and I thought I loved him and then he didn't love me back, but I felt like a loved thing anyway, and I felt sexy and pretty and like myself. Like, this is Maggie. How can this bastard, Hoy, even question what that means? Don't men like him wish they could tell their wives what sort of pornography they like? Wouldn't he feel wonderful to be completely known? But you can't say these things. Because Hoy and everybody else lives in denial. They won't be honest even in their own brains, let alone in a courtroom where everything you say can be used against you. There is no humanity in humans. You palm your arm to smooth down the shivering hairs. They are picking up on a breeze of self-hatred. You say, I wanted him to know that this semester was going to be a struggle for me, and yeah, I guess just that the semester was going to be hard for me. Next they want to know what drugs you're taking, so you open up your purse. You speak in a foreign language. Vyvanse, 50 mg, for ADHD. Ondansetron HCl, 4 mg, for nausea. Duloxetine HCl, 60 mg, generic for Cymbalta, for anxiety and depression. Abilify, 2 mg, to help the duloxetine relieve the anxiety and depression. Klonopin, 1 mg, as needed, for anxiety and depression. The zoologists scribble their notes. You watch their pens and hug your body tight. Back at school, Maggie feels more alone than she can handle. She'd made this one wrong move and now has been cast off to drink from milk boxes in the corner. Worse, she had deputized her friends while marginalizing her family. She will remember high school as the one time in her life when she was rash enough to bestow power upon people who have no allegiance to anything but the final bell. Heather S. Nondescript, eyeglasses, dancer, disloyal tells people about Maggie's trip to Hawaii. She says what people say when they say things behind your back. Dumb bitch, slut, pedophile. If Maggie could listen to all the nasty things people have said behind her back, if she could collect them on a reel and watch them on a screen, maybe she would kill herself. Heather tells Reese, who is Maggie's best friend since they were toddlers, about Matteo, which isn't terrible, but it is a breach. Then she tells a girl named Zoe, who is a year older and has a giant mouth. Heather also tells Zoe that Maggie called her a dirty Mexican, which she did not. A fire is lit down the beige halls, in the rubbery gymnasium, and in the smelly cafeteria. The guys come up to Maggie like people from 40 years ago and say, "Heard you got banged out by a spick." With the girls it's worse. The girls don't say anything to her face. There are private looks. They project a threatening energy, daring her to act like someone who is still one of them. They make her feel dirty, saying she is a whore who lost it to some greasy dark person who is no better than a meth addict, and what kind of a whore does that? She can't say anything to the older girls, the seniors whose faces are longer and prettier and wiser than hers. One time, that first fall week of her junior year, she is in a washroom stall and a few seniors are at the mirror and they are saying of Matteo, "He must have been a real perv to want to be with Maggie." They are talking about the man who was inside her as though they know him and his garbage. After they leave, Maggie pulls up her pants and sits on the toilet and cries for an entire period. On top of feeling impure and gross, she longs for the man to whom she lost her virginity. She can't talk to the guy she had sex with. She can't email him or Facebook message him or see his face on Skype and resuscitate a private joke. She can't talk to her parents about it, nor does she want to. Her parents, their very existence, make her feel like a slut. Her classmates are treating her like she's diseased. Nobody in the world is on her side. At home, she doesn't smile or eat, but otherwise tries to act normal so her family won't think she misses her rapist. She rearranges the food on her plate to fake its disappearance. Before bed one night she's sitting at the desk in her room, feeling the loneliest she has ever felt, when a thought comes to her from a wiser portion of her brain. The image of a potential savior flashes in her eye. She begins to handwrite a letter. She likes to write longhand. She can think better that way. She used to write her dad letters when he pissed her off. Her tone is less barbed than it might be over email. Nodal, she writes, because he is either Nodal or AK these days. He's not Mr. Nodal anymore. He is still a teacher but he's also a pal. Let me tell you why this semester is going to blow. And she commits to the page the sex with Matteo, tells Nodal it was her first time, and that may be a big deal, but it's hardly the point. Even though, for one definite thing, she no longer felt pure afterward. No child of God. Purity was eradicated and replaced with a set of new feelings. The way he made sure she felt full on blackened chicken. The way he gave her his bedsheet for a toga before he even knew her. The way he felt sad that she hadn't complained about being cut by the rock. The way he laughed at her jokes, and the way he gazed at her like a fresh fish he'd caught and was holding up high, and how, unlike a high school boy, he wasn't ashamed of his desire. Additionally, there were all the things about herself that she now saw and appreciated through his eyes. Her long, wild hair. Her strong thighs and her soft breasts. She tells Nodal a lot of it, the feelings that come out of sex, what she'd only heard about and thought were clichés until they happened to her. She explains the way her feelings intensified, almost immediately after they slept together. She tells him, too, how it ended. A few days after the event, Melia drops Maggie off at Matteo's house for a bonfire. The tree houses on stilts glow in the night. Melia asks, "What time should I pick you up?" Maggie says she wants to stay over. "I will sleep on the couch," Matteo tells Melia. Later, in bed, Maggie doesn't intend it, but the words fly out of her mouth. "I think I love you," she says. Right away, she knows. She feels her face flush in shame hot. She knows he isn't going to say it back. She starts to cry. "Hey," he says. She doesn't want to look at him. Probably he will look better than he did 20 seconds ago, when she was still able to find fault. He takes her face in his hands. He tells her she means a lot to him but that he can't love her just yet. The hurt doesn't disappear, but it changes. It turns the manageable color of a bruise. She writes to her teacher that for the next few weeks it was business as usual. She meets many of Matteo's friends. She is not a girlfriend but she is not the opposite of a girlfriend. Every day she has gone out with him there have been little rituals. Doing her hair, applying lotion. Oahu is a giant clam. She has been living inside a clamshell, able to see a chunk of the wide blue world past the edges and walking along porcelain veneers in the meanwhile. The end comes on a sunny day. They are stealing a kiss at a barbecue at Dane and Melia's house. Someone sees them. Melia is informed that her little sister was sucking face with Matteo, the divorced army dude. Melia tells Dane, who goes looking for him, but Matteo has already escaped. Dane says to Maggie, "You'd better tell me everything, and if you lie, I will never talk to you again." This doesn't feel as cruel to her as it actually is. She feels she deserves it. Mostly she doesn't know how to feel. After Dane goes looking for Matteo, Maggie wonders if it was Matteo's fault. She decides it was her fault, and then she wonders if it is anybody's fault. If anybody did anything wrong. She doesn't feel that any wrongs were done. In Hawaii the age of consent is 16. The Army's age of consent is 16. She is 16. Even legally, they have done nothing wrong. Except that North Dakota's age of consent is 18. These numbers were not present in the bed. Even when she cried, it had nothing to do with numbers. Dane doesn't find Matteo at his house. Melia calls their parents. A shitstorm develops from the east. It blows the Dakota winds into the Oahu clam. Her mother, via her sister, makes Maggie get a pregnancy test, plus a full STD panel. Particles of shame blowing in from all directions. Melia screams at Dane, "I told you this wasn't normal. That a girl can't be friends with an older man." Dane is red-faced at dinner. Everybody wants to kick someone else in the gut so as not to have to face what they each individually did wrong. Maggie cowers in the corner. She cannot even hold her God to her chest. Her father on the phone is less prescriptive than her mother. But he does want to take it to the army. Everybody wants the army to handle it. 2 weeks of Hawaii are left on the calendar. Daylight stretches on too long. The ocean is terribly nice. The birds are too droll. The sun is out all the time when rain clouds are in order. But everything back home is ruined also. On the phone, even her friends act mean. 31? Says Sammy. Are you crazy? That's like an old man. Maggie stops eating. Everybody agrees she should be sent home at once. But she waits out the 2 weeks because fees are high for changing flights. Maggie's mother is kind, plugged in. She is present and loving but felled by circumstance. The worst thing in the world is not being able to make a problem go away for one's child. And at the end of the day, some mothers cannot pay to bring somebody home early. When it's time to leave, the goodbyes are tense. The baby is still beautiful, but even so, the magic in the child's eyes is glazed. There is a discernible shift. Back in Fargo, Maggie spends the rest of the summer seeing a psychologist and a psychiatrist. They prescribe multiple medications. Mostly she thinks it would help to talk to Matteo. Everybody says, the army will have to decide about Matteo's fate. Everybody cares so much that she lost her virginity that everyone forgets to care that she just lost her virginity. She signs the letter to Mr. Nodal. Maggie. She folds it up and tucks it into her backpack. It feels like a bigger part of her than maybe it is. There are about 30 students in Nodal's speech and debate class. It's a sought-after class that only upperclassmen are allowed to take, so it has the air of being a privilege. Sometimes it can feel like a ski weekend. Nodal stands at the front of the class and orates for a few minutes at the start, then the students split off into groups to research and discuss their topics. Maggie sits through the class feeling nervous, but Nodal sends her a few nice smiles and the thought settles on her, like a warm blanket, that he is the only possible confidant. Basically, handing him the letter will be like inducting him into her circle of trust, which isn't exactly a circle but a dot right now. Handing him the letter, and letting him know her, will be just the thing she needs to stop feeling like a pariah. When class is over, she takes her time getting her things together. Waiting for the other kids to leave Nodal's class is always tricky. There are lots of lingerers. Everybody likes talking to him. He remembers everyone's game days and you feel cool when he singles you out. It makes sense that a few years from now he will be named North Dakota's Teacher of the Year. In the gymnasium, Nodal will rise and ascend the podium to the tune of a standing ovation by students, staff, and dignitaries. The governor will shake his hand and beam. Jim's scent will be replaced by the perfume of clapping mothers. He will be wearing his NDSU pullover and appear to be caught off guard by the adulation. Maggie rises when just a few students remain. She walks to the door and hands her favorite teacher this letter. "Here you go," she says. Her face flushes because what she has just done is crazy. She gave a male teacher a note that divulges the loss of her virginity. He smiles and seems confused, but something in the smile makes her smile back with conviction. The next day in class, Nodal says, "I read your letter, you should come talk to me sometime soon." Amid the cottony sea of students, Nodal has a knack for addressing one person so that only she can hear. This time Maggie waits for everyone else to leave. She rubs her hands together. There are all these people you can be in high school. You can be the nerd, the jock, the hot girl, the bitch. Now she is the freak. She thinks of all the silk scarves she'll need to buy, and the heavy cartons of cat litter to be ferried from Hyundais into condos. She checks her warm breath against the palm of her hand and realizes she doesn't have gum anyhow. "Hey," he says when the last person is exiting, and waves her over. The way he says, "Hey," she can tell he had been waiting for the last person to leave, too. It's nice when you find out someone else has the same small goal as you. Little things like this save the heart on a daily basis. "I read your letter," he says. He already said this. Maggie nods. "How are you doing?" he asks. He's sitting at his desk and she's standing. At home her parents, one or both of them, will start drinking within the hour. In Hawaii Taddeo is probably having lunch at the base. Probably it's on a carton-colored tray, multiple items forked unceremoniously from aluminum troughs. Her niece, Emily, is going down for a nap. Maggie is one of these billions. How can God possibly keep track of her and all her loved ones? So that here in this room with her teacher, she feels he's been deputized, by God, to care just a little bit more than he needs to. He begins by telling her that she didn't do anything wrong. He asks her why her parents didn't press charges, and then about her relationship with them as a whole. She is wearing jeans and a shirt she feels cute in. Her family doesn't have the money for nice clothes from the cities Minneapolis and St. Paul or for anything you'd see in a magazine, so she knows how to make certain pieces go a long way. The conversation lasts longer than any of their conversations have lasted in the past. He doesn't give her any advice, but he makes her feel normal. Sometimes all it takes is for another human being to nod and act as if something is no big deal, like it's something that happens every day. It's not a wicked thing, you are not a freak or a slut. You will not need 20 cats. It's no big deal, and the only thing you need, you see, is a hug. Maggie's sister Nicole and her husband had recently moved to Denver, and so the following Christmas the whole family decides to get together in Colorado. They rent a rustic cabin in the mountains a couple of hours outside the city. It's the end of 2008 and the world is evolving in affirmative ways. Maggie is now a senior. She feels the full responsibility of this new period. She has friends and plans and high expectations. The night before she leaves, Maggie is jamming clothes into the corners of an overstuffed suitcase. Thermal pants and socks and beanies and one last pair of underwear. Everything is folded neatly, aside from these last-minute additions. Her phone dings with the small, happy arrival of a text. As part of the activities of Student Congress, it's normal for the members to text back and forth with one another, and with Mr. Nodal, their advisor. But on this evening what strikes Maggie about the text from her teacher is its purposelessness. "Hey, how is it going?" She replies, "Fine, good. How are you?" He asks if she's all packed up, and she replies, "Why, just last-minute craziness." Lines of communication pile up like Tetris bricks. For the most part, their entries leave a good-natured slot for the other person to reply. Except that some of Maggie's don't, but there's enough in them for Nodal to find a filament, pick it up, and thread it forward into a new conversation. The conversation continues into the late evening. Maggie had planned on getting to sleep early, to be fresh in the morning for the flight. Around 11, Nodal says he is going to bed. Maggie smiles as she types, "You're old." Nodal says something that disturbs her a little, but also makes her curious. "Just because you're going to bed," he writes, "doesn't mean you're going to sleep." Arriving in Colorado, Maggie becomes reinvested in her own life. The scales of the previous year have been debrided by the winter, by time in general. The cabin is textbook, tucked down a dirt road deep in the snow-white mountains, with modern amenities but plenty of wood accents. It is big enough to hold all of them, Mr. and Mrs. Wilkin and Maggie and her 2 older sisters and her 2 older brothers and all the little children. They haven't been together like this in years. Maggie has her own bed, but usually Emily slips into it to snuggle, or Marco does. They catch up on one another's lives by the fire. Mr. Wilkin does the cooking. He makes an enormous batch of his famous spaghetti sauce. Everybody begs for it, and even when you know all the ingredients and their amounts, it never tastes the same as when Mark Wilkin prepares it. When Maggie was little and they had even less money, he would slip slices of pepperoni into the sauce, but there wouldn't be many because they were expensive. The slices were called prizes, and Maggie and her siblings would fight over how many each of them received. In the afternoon she goes sledding with the children. The sun casts a blonde light across the knolls of snow. There is no grief or fear. It's the particular blend of beauty and ease that, years later, after strife and death hit, will make her think strife and death don't make it out to Colorado. In Colorado, you can ski all day and laugh all night, and every morning you will wake up unassailable, to coffee in camping mugs and the thud of children. In the quiet evenings, after the children have gone to bed, Maggie's brothers and Dane turn on the television and tutor the rest of the family in the particular humor of Flight of the Conchords. The gross memory of Hawaii is packed away in the basement with the boogie boards and all the other things you don't use for 9 months. Maggie is resplendent again, and she is everybody's best friend. She gets along with the boys as none of the other women can. She laughs at YouTube videos, memes. That first night in Colorado, Maggie's phone dings, and it's him again. She feels a light go on inside her. This is the person who made her feel the most normal after what happened in Hawaii. During her junior year they'd become close. He had crossed over from being a good teacher into a true ally. So this new attention was not exactly weird. But it was different. Nodal asks her about presents and snowboarding and the weather and the number of nieces and nephews. There is an appropriate waiting period between texts because that's what's required. She puts her phone on the table, face down, and joins a family conversation. When she picks up the phone again, there are lines of text waiting. Her head gets light from the excitement of it. She will not save the texts, because in the future he will ask her to delete them all, but she will remember each one, especially those from the very beginning, with aching lucidity. He asks if she is seeing someone and she says yes, a guy from work. It's nothing serious, but suddenly this feels serious. Serious, but insane. Maggie's eyes have been wide the whole night, in holy shit disbelief about this back and forth. Honestly, she would be less stunned if the man texting her were Brad Pitt, having just felled a bear in the mountains and looking for shelter in her bunk bed. And because she questioned the impossibility, so comes the fall. I shouldn't be talking to you, he writes. Outside her phone, her brothers laugh. Someone in the kitchen wonders if there is a pepper grinder. Maggie is like, okay. Nodal says he's been drinking and he is going to say something he shouldn't. And Maggie is like, okay. He writes, I'm a teacher and you're a student, and we shouldn't be talking like this. And she is like, okay. On the one hand, Maggie is confused as to why he shouldn't be talking to her. After all, she has lots of friends and many of them are boys and she talks to them a lot and it doesn't mean anything. She gets along with boys in a way she doesn't with girls. On the other hand, she knows what he means. He means, don't make me do this, why are we doing this, we can't do this, I love my wife, my kids. But she feels, already, his hands down her pants. She says okay because he is the authority figure. He's older and smarter, and if he says they shouldn't be talking even though he is the one initiating the conversation, then they probably shouldn't be talking. Maggie is aware of a boundary, unclear though it might be, and she doesn't want to be the one to cross it first. It doesn't even occur to her to cross it. She is a kid, she is not his equal. So for him to say, hey, we shouldn't be talking, made a part of her feel she was being castigated, feel she had done something wrong even though she was mostly confused. All she'd done was answer his questions. At the same time, it becomes abundantly clear that something has been building for quite a while. Since freshman year, there has been a steady accumulation. Every conversation they had at his desk. Every time he said, "Great job." Every time she wore a cute shirt, and he wore a new tie. Every piece of advice. Every couplet of banter. Every text about debate. Every time some other kid said something stupid and she sneered and he smiled. Every drunk mom, every drunk dad, every nagging wife. Something has been growing. The next day Maggie goes snowboarding. She plays with the children. She leaves her phone in the cabin and, because she's a kid herself, everything in the phone is out of sight, out of mind. By the time she gets back there are 15 messages, all of them from Nodal. Like a weird poem. Each text is some iteration of, "Hey, everything okay? Are you upset? Tell me what you're thinking. Hello?" It seemed he was scared she might have been mad, or freaked out, about their conversation last night. Maybe even, God forbid, she had been creeped out. She writes back, "I'm not mad, I was snowboarding all day." He says, "Okay, cool." She doesn't reply. He says, "We will talk more when you are back from break." Maggie attends a New Year's Eve party at Melani's house. It's almost all couples, and no alcohol, because Melani's parents will be coming home sometime after midnight. It is cool at this time to have a boyfriend. To engage in routine fucking and then talk about it with other girls who have boyfriends. The guy from work whom Maggie's seeing is out of town. He's not a boyfriend. He reminds her of her brother David, except that he plays hockey. They haven't yet had sex. Often that night Maggie finds herself standing alone, looking around the room. She has a queasy thought that all the couples here tonight will stay together forever. She worries that she, too, will go to bed with a Fargo boy and wake up 5 years later, pregnant with a third kid, watching television in threadbare Uggs. Sometime after midnight, her phone dings. It isn't the non-boyfriend. It's Aaron Nodal, who is newly in her phone as AK. He was Nodal at first, in her contacts. She changed it to AK while she was in Colorado, when it first began to feel like something she needed to hide. Now her heart pounds. She brings the phone close to her chest, as if cradling a bird. She looks around the room but nobody is paying attention. They have been texting all day, but now that it is definitively night, her hands begin to sweat with the wonder of it. While she'd been in Colorado, he said the reason they should stop talking was that he was afraid of saying something he shouldn't. All day Maggie has been asking, "What was the thing you were afraid you would say?" And all day AK has been saying, "Nothing, stop, it's nothing, just forget it." And Maggie has been like, "Oh no you don't." He promised that maybe, someday, he would tell her. And now it's the new year. She envisions him at some quiet, adult gathering, his wife drinking Merlot with another, similar wife and her teacher having stolen to a corner of the room. He tells Maggie he'll tell her when he sees her, but for now, just don't worry about it. He is drinking liquor. "Happy New Year," he says, and he asks if she received a New Year's kiss, to which she responds, "Yes, Melanie and Sammy kissed me." There is a text silence, which she can feel between her ears, so she adds, "To be funny." He writes, "That doesn't count." The words look strange and Maggie feels she has done something wrong. His superpower is that he can make her feel stupid very fast. It's not just that he's older, and her teacher. It's something else, but it's also those things. "How about you?" Maggie asks. "I'm married, Maggie." Whatever that means. It could mean a million things. One of those things could be, I am married so we make out all the time and of course when the ball drops I deposit my tongue deep in my chosen one's throat even if our kids are clawing at our ankles. Or it could mean, I am married and so everything that is sexual between us is clinically dead. It's hamburger meat at the restaurant where you work. Our passion would not be roused if you stepped on its tail in your prom heels. We pay bills together and occasionally share a late-night talk show, if the mood strikes. Oh, she writes, then she looks around the room, though she doesn't necessarily wish for anything to be different at all. Like any young girl who has a crush on someone older, she doesn't know what she wants to happen. She doesn't know if she wants sex or no sex or to undress in her room while he watches from the sidewalk. Mostly she just wants a small suggestion of excitement. An anonymous bouquet left on a doorstep. Lena. A women's discussion group meets at Lena's doctor's office. Behind the examination rooms, there's a large, attractive chamber with a long oval mahogany table, and on this late November evening 8 women drink Chardonnay out of plastic cups and eat cashews and wheat thins with roasted red pepper hummus. They range in age from their early 30s to their early 60s. Among them, April, a very pretty schoolteacher with a 5-year-old named Tristan, and Kathy, who has been married a few times and has a Dolly Parton effervescence like nothing can keep her down. The women come to this country doctor for hormones and for weight loss, and lately they all feel different inside their bodies. They say it's something about the way pants fit, the way fabric hangs from pelvic bones. The weight loss creates space between themselves and the world, and the hormones fill up that space with new needs or old ones that have been reproposed. April has a very good-looking boyfriend. She shows a picture of him to the group, and they all agree that he is handsome. They look at her differently afterward. They look her up and down. She says she and her boyfriend have been together several years, all of them happy. I have a past, she says, smiling, and my boyfriend's mother knows it and she never lets me forget that she does. It's a small town. There were occasional sexual lulls in the past, but since April has moved in, it's been oddly, inversely, hotter. Her boyfriend has cuckolding fantasies, she tells the group, shyly at first and then, with the confidence that comes from nods of acceptance, more boldly. While they are making love, he asks her to tell him about big penises she's ridden. April says there's a line she knows not to cross. She can't make it sound as though any of the penises were bigger than his. She knows not to say names out loud, so that he can't look on Facebook to see if she remains in touch with any of them. She does not talk about the Italian man named Massi with whom she spent a few glorious weeks in San Sebastian. She doesn't talk about how it felt staring out a grey stone window while he was entering her from behind. She doesn't talk about that, because of how much she misses it, still. Lena, at 32, is the youngest, and the only Catholic. Some of the things these other women are saying make her uncomfortable at first. But then she has another glass of wine. How about you, honey? Asks Kathy, the mother hen. What's going on with you? I can tell you've got something to say, darling. Well, says Lena. It's interesting. I am in fact right at this moment in the middle of a big change. What's that, sweetie? Slowly but decidedly Lena tells the room about her husband, Ed, how for 3 months she waited in their bed for him to touch her body. Any touch at all. In general, when Lena feels the full weight of her desperation, she speaks very confidently and unswervingly. How can you call yourself a husband, she says, and not give your wife the one thing that is supposed to unite you above all else? Kathy clucks and shakes her head. April says, and you've told him how important it is to you? Almost every day, for a while, Lena says. I've told him, and here she starts to cry. I've told him that all I want is to be kissed. I want it more than anything. The women look down at their plastic tumblers. They sip nervously. The wine tastes like cool sneezes. They begin to offer WAN recommendations. How to reignite the fire. Lena says she has tried everything. She has worn sexy panties. She has taken the kids to stay with her parents. She has been sweet to him for days, making deposits in his emotional bank. She's held her tongue. She's played hard to get. She's licked the top of her lip with the tip of her tongue after sipping from an ice-cold glass of water. She gets frustrated because it's hard to tell other people that it is all your husband's fault. Everyone tries to find a way you can change something, a Red Book tip. One woman who is recently divorced says that on some days she doesn't know whether it's better to have a man who doesn't love you enough or no man at all. She says it's easier if you have money. You can leave or you can take care of your children on your own, and you have the confidence to say, "To hell with this bullshit." Lena cries louder. "I have no money of my own," she wails. Now, says Kathy. "Half of his is yours, you know that. And further, you know that in the state of Indiana." Lena looks up from a triangle of tissue. "Yeah," she says, "that's true. But what, honey?" Kathy has moved to seat herself beside Lena and is holding her hand and tucking tissues into her palm. "Well, I've gone and asked for a separation." "Well, heck. You're halfway there, honey." "Yes, but..." "So it's a separation and not a divorce, so he will still pay my health insurance." "He owes you that," Kathy says. "Heck, you can divorce that man tomorrow and have health insurance. And half the house and all of it." "But I've got my 2 kids." "They're his kids, too." "Yes, but..." Lena looks around the room trying to gauge who she can trust, but it's too late. She has already gone this far. There is a right and a wrong way to do everything. There is especially a wrong way to leave your husband in Indiana. She gathers her moist tissues into one fist. She looks at Kathy. "I'm having an affair." There is a holy silence, like the silence before a golf shot, and in the silence one might see the thought bubbles above the heads of all the women. What a little whore. I can't believe I felt sorry for her. I'm jealous of her. I wonder who it is. Who does she think she is? She's not that pretty. What does he look like? I thought she was Catholic. I hope it's not my husband. I had an affair, too. My husband is having an affair. I'm in love with my physical therapist. Kathy is the first to break the silence. Like the preamble to a country song, she says, "Okay, honey. Tell us. Tell us all about it." Lena blinks. Her desire to talk about the man she loves is stronger than her understanding that talking about it can hurt the relationship. She realizes in some part of herself that talking about it will make her more receptive to its potency. She takes a sip of wine. And then she says his name out loud. "Aiden," she says. "His name is Aiden and he has always been the love of my life." They dated in high school, she tells the group. Well, it was more than dating. They were lovers in high school. They were in true love in high school. He wrote her a note once. It was a note to end all notes. She kept it for years until one day her mother found it and threw it away. Their love was fathomless. But also, they were star-crossed. It's a Romeo and Juliet story. It's awful and beautiful because of the way they came to their end. And she has thought of him ever since. The women pass around the bottle of Chardonnay. They sip their wine and don't worry about the dinners they are late to making. They lean forward into the guilty attraction of Lena's story. "Let me tell y'all," she says, "about this man. Aiden is tall with a square jaw and cobalt blue eyes. He has the black and white face of someone who has gone to war." Lena tells the room that when he's not with her he is thinking of her. When he's not with Lena he's hacksawing and building onto his place so he can raise the value of his home, so he can sell it, so he can leave behind his mistaken life. The woman he married doesn't love him. She semi-cheats on him. She makes out with guys, she texts with her ex. But she holds Aiden tethered, because the hours he spends working on the construction site pay for her downtown brown manicures, her Forever 21 terry dresses, and she jokes with her friends that the store is called Forever 34 when they're out at local bars wearing the dresses and sidling up against strangers and having Blue Island drinks in the middle of maroon Indiana winters. Sometimes he will be in the double wide on the job site and the music from the nearest modern country station will be sort of crackly, but he will hear it, and it's funny when you're in love or about to fall back in love. It's funny how every single song is about that person. It's funny how that works. He is a good man, Lena says. He has made mistakes, but all good men do. Good men are flawed but even. There is a shortage of real men in America, and Lena is not talking about Marlboro men with mustaches who pound raw burger meat. She is talking about actual men, who stand up straight and hold doors open and go down for hours and make money, and whether it's honest or dishonest, they are honest about how it's made. And they're interesting, doesn't matter what they do or where they live, they're just interesting. They have some stories you'll hear after you've known them for a few months, and some stories you'll never hear even if you're their brother. When men like Aiden tell a story, it isn't so you'll think they're cool, it's because this is a story that wants to get heard, and usually you need to coax it out of them, or maybe there's a woman at the table and she begs a little for it, because one thing that really separates good men from everybody else is this: real men, guys from backwoods Maine and the tough zones of Philly and the rusty thickets of southern Indiana, they love women, and sex, and as strong as they are, they can be swayed a centimeter or two by pussy, and Lena doesn't like using that word because it's more than that, but the word also stands for so much more than it sounds like. Anyway, the other kind of men, the men who make up most of the world, they'll be dirtier once they get a woman in a bedroom, they'll ask for things they shouldn't ask for, and they'll leave in the morning without class, but they won't be swayed in a bar, or at dinner. They won't do something they don't want to do for a woman, because they don't have the intrinsic manly love for a woman that exists in abundance in a man like Aiden Hart. Aiden. The women are pitched forward, like soup tureens in an earthquake. Their chins are on the heels of their hands, and they are eating mixed nuts nervously. "Oh my," says Kathy. "That sounds like quite a man, and a real love affair." "How did it end?" someone asks, because women are often better at handling the endings than the beginnings. Lena understands that some women, like her mother and her sisters, truly care for another woman only when that woman is in pain, especially in a kind of pain that they have already felt, and then overcome. "How did it end?" Lena repeats softly. "It ended badly." Some of the women gasp. Kathy places her hand over Lena's. "Well," Lena says, "Aiden heard rumors. The rumors were that I'd slept with 3 guys in one night, and the truth of it is these guys put something in my drink and raped me, one after the other. And I didn't even really try telling him the truth. To be honest, I didn't know that was the truth until years later. So we were both stubborn is what happened. It was almost too powerful a thing that we had, that any little untoward thing that happened would have been too much to bear, even though it was a lie. It was too much. We were young. We were both stubborn." April says, "That's the kind of thing leaves a real mark." "No shit," Lena says. The women all curdle a bit at the obscenity. "Plus," she says, "I never got asked out again. I never got asked to a prom. I never got asked on a date, not to the movies or bowling or anything. Forget Aiden. Nobody wanted anything to do with me." She says she understands they were kids and they have probably changed now. She says, "It doesn't really bother me anymore. I never had an STD from it, or got pregnant. We all grow up, anyhow. We all become different people." She's quiet for a bit. "If I'm being honest," she says, "then I'd say that situation is the situation that created my emotional loneliness. It just put a stamp of approval on my being known as a whore. And I didn't even do anything. I didn't even understand it. And something I didn't understand, barely remembered, had the power to change my whole damn life. Oh my God." "Oh, honey," Kathy says. She is wringing her hands. "It's okay," Lena says. "It's okay. Now that I've seen him again, I feel that it doesn't matter. That there's a chance now. Says the one who asked how it ended. So how did you find him again? He actually found me. On Facebook. April yelps. Facebook. If it weren't for Facebook, I wouldn't have a son. April reconnected with a high school boyfriend on Facebook and they conceived Tristan one night, and that was about it for the reconnect ion. That a fact? Lena asks, in a way that means, I'm still telling my story. And what's he up to, darling? Says Kathy. Aiden is married, with a daughter and a stepdaughter. They live in Cloverland, which is on the outskirts of Taddeo. They live in a brick ranch that Lena has never been in, down the street from a gas station called Duncan's Market. Their house is off a long flat main road. It's 1/5 the size of Lena's house. There are several shovels leaning against the garage long after the most recent snowstorm. But he's married, one of the women says. And you are, too. I am getting separated, Lena says, evenly. She looks around at all the women, one by one. She makes eye contact and sets her jaw. And I know, she says, that he is married. If it gets to 3 months, she says this in her head, I'm leaving. It's been 11 years of being unhappy. Of not being French kissed, or really kissed at all. Some women want careers as much as or more than they want love, but all Lena has ever wanted is to be fully in love and forever partnered, like a penguin. Lena still seems like her high school self, even after having 2 children. She has childlike energy and laughs easily. She's been married for over a decade to Ed, a mail carrier who looks like a scientist. He's slight of frame but handy around their big house. The house is in a new development in a farmy southern Indiana town without any big farms. There are broken down tractors on front lawns and the occasional eczematous patch of dry white corn or witch hair grapevines. While Ed carries mail to the next town over, Lena takes care of Della, who is 7, and Danny, who is 2. She wakes up early in a dark house. In Indiana, in the winter, the sun is as pale as a supermarket egg yolk. She goes through the house, clicking the washing machine, emptying the dishwasher. She gets Della ready for school and then she sets Danny up in the playroom while she cleans around the house. She takes Danny on her errands, loading him into the car seat in the middle row of the maroon Suburban and driving for 25 minutes into the first big town over, Bloomington. The university is there, and so is the Kinsey Institute where they study sex, but where, Lena says, they would have no reason to look at her. She buys groceries from the world's biggest Kroger's supermarket. She picks up light bulbs at Walmart. She sees a chiropractor for her joint pain. Danny is quiet and blonde in front of other people, but in private he's fussy. Back at home she fixes lunch for him. Oftentimes it's dinosaur chicken nuggets that she puts in the big clean oven that looks like a new marriage, and Danny presses his face up against the door of the oven and watches them turn from yellow to brown. She kneels behind his small body and puts her hands on his cotton shoulders and says, "Look at those nuggets cook." As the nuggets brown, she spoons little mounds of macaroni salad from a square plastic container onto a plate for herself and for Danny, and she's at the counter while he sits in the high chair and she stands like a teenager, her elbows on the counter and her rear back and high in the air. She looks more like his babysitter, but she looks at him like a mother. Since Della's been born, this has been her routine, and since even before Della was born, this big house has been her station. When they were first married, Ed, who is 7 years older, bought the house with help from his parents and with USPS money, and Lena got to pick out everything. The Craftsman doors and the prairie windows and the stained glass ceiling fan from Lowe's. They've never had a housekeeper, so Lena walks around with rags and Windex and erases streaks and cleans up dribbles of bright yellow urine from the rims of toilet seats. Taking care of the house feels endless, and often purposeless. The kitchen floor is clean on Tuesday, but by Thursday it's dirty. She used to have set days when she cleaned the floor, but lately she just seems to clean it every day, sometimes twice a day. There is nothing to show for those hours. The children, of course, add purpose, but the house feels like a set of posts without a goal. Sometimes when Lena is in the big empty house, she imagines a chasm inside her, a black space between one set of organs and the next. She feels she exists in that space, mindless, flavorless, unseen. The main reason she feels this way is the lack of romantic love. It's as though Lena is living with a roommate. For most of their marriage, but especially the past few years, Ed hasn't initiated sex. And when he used to initiate it, he wouldn't do so with any charm. He would drum his fingertips on her arm and say, "Feel like doing it?" She met Ed in the last week of her sophomore year at Indiana University at a barbecue at her sister's place. She'd just come back from a jog and had spilled pink smoothie all over her shirt, and she walked into the living room and Ed and his friend Dex were inside talking to her sister and her sister's boyfriend. She liked Dex better, he was cuter and more engaging, but he didn't pay her that much attention, and Ed was sort of hanging around. Later that night, after the cookout, Lena and Ed were lying on the living room floor, talking. Everyone else was asleep around the house or in tents outside. After a bit, she pretended to be asleep because she didn't want to do anything with him. He bent over and said, "Good night," and kissed her forehead. He didn't know anything about her. When she got up to leave the next morning, there was a post-it on the windshield of her car. On it was Ed's phone number and a note saying to call him if she wanted. She'd been asked out only twice in college. Not by anyone she liked. Nobody at Indiana University knew about what had happened to her in high school, but it must have been that the stink was on her. Certainly, she could smell it on herself. That day was sunny and bright, school was letting out, and she was moving out of her house and into her friend's place for the summer, so she felt free and the promise of a date was inviting. She tucked the note into her pocket and drove home. The engagement came easily, without fanfare. Lena went from barely having had a boyfriend to having a husband. And the children came, and the dogs came, or the dogs came first. And then the dogs died. New furniture replaced old furniture. It had never been a love story with Ed. He'd never thrown her across a bed or whispered in her ear at a dinner party. He did not have that kind of charm. Mostly, she could not, for the life of her, remember a real kiss between them. The hungry kind that is like dogs slavering. She loves the feeling of a man's tongue in her mouth, loves the way mouths join and suck on each other like machines hooking up. On sites where men rate escorts, Lena has heard and seen, there is a whole category devoted to deep French kissing. DFK. It is the fairy tale kink. So Lena knows she is not alone in her desire. But every time she has told a friend that she only wants to be kissed, to be made love to by a man's mouth on her mouth, the friend laughs, takes on Lena's mother's voice, and says, "Oh, Lena." As though kissing were the silliest thing. As though Lena were a preteen girl, stuck in a fantasy. Perhaps, she thinks, it's because she did not get to do it enough in high school. It was never enough. She wanted one entire night, 12 hours of kissing, but she never got more than a few minutes here and there. Other girls were always making out by the lockers. Holding hands with a boy of the same height and making out like they were never going to stop. Lena's heart lived between those mouths, mouths that did not belong to her. She closes her eyes and sees him, his lips, the violent set of his jaw. She used to do this only in the bedroom when the whole house was sleeping, or in the shower, when for 7 minutes she could count on holy freedom. But now she finds herself doing it in the car, with Danny in the back, sleeping or not sleeping and calling her, Mama. Mama. And Lena says, "What?" perfunctorily, and Danny will blink, because he didn't have anything to say. Lena doesn't find it funny, or coincidental, that Ed hates kissing. That he actually won't do it. "You know," Lena said to a friend at a playground, "when you beg someone to kiss you and then he does but it's against his will and you feel it the whole time, you know the way that feels?" "Yeah," the friend said. She was raking her hands through her hair, concentrating on her child, who was climbing the monkey bars. "It can really kill your spirit," Lena said. Maybe, the friend said, you could go to a therapist. Sometimes having a third party really does the trick. Lena laughed, because they had already tried that. For Lena, it made things worse. She said to the couple's therapist, who was a few years older, and Lena couldn't help wondering when she had last had sex. She said to this woman who was supposed to be impartial, for 11 years he hasn't French kissed me, and that's one of the only things I ask for. The therapist folded her hands, neatly. She smiled at Lena like Lena was a child and spoke to her very slowly. Well, that's okay. That's normal. Wait, Lena said. It's normal not to do something small for someone you love, not to kiss her deeply every so often, even when she cries and begs you to. Are you kidding me? You know, Lena, how you don't like the feel of the scratchy blanket Ed has on the couch. You know how it scratches you, so you don't like the feel of it. Well, Ed doesn't like to kiss you. Some people don't like the feel of someone else's tongue in their mouth. The sensation offends them. The sensation offends them. Lena repeats this outside in her big yard, looking up into the big sky. The sensation offends them. For a whole week after that session, Ed walked around the house smirking, and when she looked at him one day and said, "Have you thought about all the stuff we talked about in therapy?" he said, "Yeah, and I don't have to do stuff I don't want to do." Even the therapist said it was okay. Over the fall, Lena started seeing the hormone doctor with the beautiful mahogany office in Bloomington. He is red-headed and has a country smile. Lena went to him for her fibromyalgia, but the office staff found her progesterone level was low, so she began taking supplements. In the same office there is a personal trainer in his mid-20s, who himself is seeing a woman about 20 years older, with red hair. He helped Lena with her nutrition. He advised her about little black pills, homeopathic crystals she could get at CVS, that would help her brain and body find balance. She lost 36 pounds and now her cargo pants hung loose around her waist. Lena lost so much weight that she felt like a new person altogether. The trainer had seen it before, the expectation rising. Everyone thinks, you lose weight, you are going to have a ton of sex. Yes, the trainer said, your sex drive spikes. But there's something else that happens that's basically the inverse. It's almost an epidemic. He said he can see it coming immediately. For the women especially. They lose all this weight. Their husbands are either jealous or nonplussed. The woman gets all dolled up for the one date night she manages to scrounge out of the man. He forgets to tell her she looks beautiful. Monday, she goes to the gym. 5 guys are like, you look great. Holy shit. Amanda. You are smoking. You can almost do it by the numbers. You lose 20 pounds, you get 10 compliments a week, that's 9 more than your partner has given you in a month. It's the high five moments from other people that break down the relationship. The trainer says he could have a checklist and predict the day the woman decides to leave. Being thin, feeling sexy, has made Lena crave sex in a way she never did before. She has tried to let go of her anger at Ed. She put her hand on his belt loops and smiled at him. He said, "What are you doing?" "It's the middle of the day. Don't you have something to do?" She realized that for years she had been forcing compensations. Every time he ignored her in bed, she'd wake up in the morning and ask him to fix something in the house. It was the same thing her mother did to her father. It was a way to make up for not being loved enough. At the playground she tells her friend about this. Her friend doesn't really get it. She thinks that at least Ed is fixing things around the house. She is confused as to why Lena would want to have sex with her husband. She is confused about what Lena's problem is. "So you feel like a nag?" the friend asks. "Yeah. But it's more than that. When you realize why you're doing it, telling him to fix this or that, you hate yourself less for being a nag, but then you start pitying yourself more. And that's hard, too. Actually, it's harder." "Aha," the friend says, nodding. She does not have time to get lunch with Lena after the playground. She has errands to run. Lena always has done her errands already. She has entire days to kill. So she drives in the car by herself, with the child in the back. But she can't go 2 miles without feeling the needs bubbling up. The woman and the mother in her want to feel a man inside her and have a man come inside her, and the high school girl wants to be kissed under blankets and the college girl wants her boobs checked out at a frat party between a natty light keg and a shabbily painted basement column. Then one night Ed with his scientific face rejects her for the 100th time and she looks at her calendar and she sees that the last time they had sex was about a month and a half prior. 40 days of nothing, not kissing or touching. If it had been near Lent she might have hoped it was a quiet Christly sacrifice. But it was October and he had not touched her for all of that month and most of September. But the house went on and the chores went on and the doctor's appointments went on. Everything else went on. She felt life slipping. She felt that her body was being wasted, that her heart was resting like a steak on a cutting board. And that's when the panic attacks began. She started to have about 2 a day. One right when she wakes up when she feels she can't breathe, and the second at lunchtime because it means there's a whole second part of the day to live. She started to pick at her face. She would have a nervous moment and walk into the bathroom and press her torso up against the Korean lip of the vanity so she could get her skin up close to the mirror and she would excavate tiny moon craters on her soft, pretty face. She loses her keys. She forgets to turn off the oven. She forgets coffee cups on the tops of cars. She forgets to take her gloves off in restaurants. She forgets if she's ordered. She forgets her pills. She forgets to not eat gluten. It gets to feeling like a perfect storm, the hormones and the 11 years and the multiple washings of the kitchen floor and Ed turning over in bed every night and putting his back to her and all the panic attacks and the lonely feelings in this big house, of feeling newly pretty in this big lonely house. It becomes a montage of routine desperation, and when she closes her eyes she sees him turning his back to her body at night. Turning his back and she gets to hate the whole posterior side of him. The back of his body becomes a cold animal, like an alien, with its divots of missing flesh and its freckles and its occasional pimples and she thinks, you have big, nasty pimples on your back and I still want to make love to you and you still reject me and how can I live this way? How can anybody with a soul live this awful way for 11 years? And her whole thinner body becomes a long ticking pendulum inside a clock. So that one day she says, if it gets to 3 months, that's it, I'm leaving. 3 months came and went. At first the time went slowly and then it went fast. Lena had been a good Catholic her whole life. Adultery, she'd always thought, was for only the very selfish. Her 2 kids were the most important things. Having both parents in the home was something she'd expected for her children, though she knew it did not guarantee happiness. She thought, for example, of her own childhood. Her mother and her father had never divorced, but for the whole time her father was like a fish in a tank. Something she saw every day but could not touch, could not understand. Her mother had been perpetually angry. Wandering around the house, Windexing things. Still, it was an unbroken home. It was whole. She'd expected her children would have the same. But if Ed had not touched her after 3 months, she'd promised herself she would leave. She could not break that promise. Before Lena has found the right day, she accepts an invitation to a friend's bachelorette party in Indianapolis. It's not hard for her to be excited for her friend. Everyone, she knows, walks into marriage glowing. She doesn't begrudge her friend her green hope. She wonders if that's because she's been talking to him on Facebook. Aiden. It hasn't been too much, just some light flirting here and there. You couldn't even call it flirting. They are just exchanging the facts of their lives. How many children each has, and their ages. Where they live. Aiden still lives close by where they grew up, not far from the river, toward Indy. On the night of her friend's bachelorette party, Lena takes more care getting ready than she has taken for anything in a long while. She tells Ed that she plans on drinking and is likely to be staying over. She types a text out to Aiden letting him know she's going to be in his neck of the woods. That she has a hotel room. She doesn't mean to send it. She just wants to see how it will look on her phone. These wild words. But then something flips in her. The idea of Ed at home, with his fingers on the television remote while her parents watch their children. So she hits send. She feels lightheaded. She gets into the car. When, a few minutes later, his name comes through on her screen, her heart nearly stops. But even the stoppage is wonderful. It's something new. Kid. Heya. Well, I'd love to see you. I got a couple of things. But I can try. In that instant, Lena feels no pain. She takes medication for her fibromyalgia, but nothing helps, and when the anxiety creeps in about her life slipping away, she can actually feel the pain in her bones. There are people, like Lena's parents, who say it's bullshit. They think that pain from an injury or a disease is more crippling. They think Lena's pain isn't physical. They say it's all in her head. She gets to the dinner portion of the bachelorette party at P.F. Chang's. The women have ordered the chicken lettuce wraps. They are drinking sweet white wine. They greet Lena politely, the bride-to-be wraps her in an embrace. None of them know what's going on at home. They go back to talking about the new supermarket and the bachelor. After dinner, the women go onto a bar, don penis hats, and remove cardigans to reveal one-shoulder shirts. They laugh loudly and order volcano drinks, and Lena laughs along with them, but she is very far away, smiling inside herself, imagining what it would be like if her secret visitor came to her room later, if, after all these years, she were to touch his beautiful face. There is a knock at the door. She feels like someone in a movie. She has the television on and has been waiting for the knock and trying to watch a program in the right sort of off-handed way. She's been trying to be in a breezy frame of mind, to have an elegant flush to her cheek and a bright, cool glint in her eye, but then the knock comes and all of her preparations are dashed. The second Aiden knocks, any game for which she has been training is lost in an instant by her own florid heart. She opens the hotel room door. She hasn't seen him in over 15 years except on Facebook, holding his kids and cutting a large, blue anniversary cake with his wife. Now here he is at the door. Aiden. He's bigger, with a considerable gut where once there was a six-pack, but she thinks he is as gorgeous as ever. Ed is smaller than Lena, but Aiden is so much bigger. He is a loaf of a man. He's wearing a hooded sweatshirt and work pants and his hair is buzz-cut. He's a little drunk, having come from his stepfather's funeral by way of a bar in between. He drinks cans of beer and his breath always has that taste, which Lena has come to associate with pure passion. For all these years, every time she smelled Michelob Light, the tang of light beer in a can, she felt a tingle between her legs. "Hey, kid," he says. "Hey yourself." They sit down on the bed. He's not a talker. He never was. She asks trivial questions and stares at him. She shakes her head at his beautiful face, as though she can't believe he's in the same room with her. It takes years to get to the first kiss, maybe it's only minutes, but to Lena it feels like years. She grasps him, gently, at the chin and brings his face to hers. She inhales the acid of his breath. At first it is unsure and slow and gentle, and then it explodes off a precipice, into something that cannot be contained between their mouths. The way he French kisses me, she will tell the discussion group later, it's like he's inside my body and flipping a big Olay switch and I just turn on, all of me lights up. She will shudder, recalling the weight of his firm tongue. Lena has lived an entire lifetime between her first kiss with Aiden and this kiss with Aiden. She has gotten married and had 2 children, and more than 1 golden retriever has died, and she has peeled 4,000 garlic cloves. But the whole time it's as though she has been a sleeping beauty in between these 2 kisses. The way he French kisses me, she will say, is the best kissing in the whole world. She says this so many times the other women will have no choice but to believe her. One of her favorite movies is The Princess Bride, and in that movie Peter Falk narrates the 3 truest love kisses of all time, and this first adult kiss with Aidan and all the kisses to follow are Lena's real-life Princess Bride. The other women might judge her notion of true love, but in Lena's brain and in her heart, her version of the truth is the only one that matters. To defend herself, she will say that kissing is more important to her than anything else in the world, than money and help around the house, and she has hated Ed for keeping his kisses from her. And now here is Aidan, sucking her deep into his own mouth. That night Lena is menstruating. She uses pads instead of tampons because she has endometriosis and tampons aggravate the condition. Being a mother and having reached a moment of sexual self-actualization, Lena speaks freely of feminine blood, of anything that happens between her and the toilet, not because it's cool to be unguarded. Lena's openness is organic. She tells the lumpy parts like they are beautiful parts. So she tells Aidan she is having her period. At first, he ignores this. He pulls off her shirt and bra. She undoes the belt of his pants and he lets them slip down. She tries pushing him against the wall but he's a trunk and doesn't move, and this turns her on so much. She could throw her husband up a stairwell. She kneels down before Aidan and she's thinking she is so lucky, she is so happy. This raw need being met. This raw man being hers right this moment. After a few minutes he gets her on the bed. He rolls on top of her and his face is close to hers when he says, "So, you're Ragjin." She laughs, retelling this to the discussion group. He's a country boy, you know. Lena grew up in a family she has grown out of and she knows how easy it is to get stuck in the stuff you were christened in. Saint Pierre, where she's from, is one of the most racist towns in America, she says. Aidan says many things Lena apologizes for. When he asks if she's Ragjin, she's not turned off. Nor is she turned on, but she accepts it. Yeah, she says, breathily. Being in love with someone means being okay with all of him. She looks around, trying to take in everything of this night she hadn't expected to happen. It's a big room in the Hilton Garden Inn off the highway. Below, there's a lone subway in the middle of the street, glowing yellow in the dark. "I want to feel you inside me," she says. "Aha. Want me to go get a towel?" "I'll go get a towel." She comes back with a towel and turns off the light. She's been picking her face at lot nerves and anxiety and depression. She is worried about the ingrown hairs around her nipples. Then she is on the towel in the dark and he gets on top of her and the weight of him is crushing and wonderful. He's drunk and she's thinking she doesn't want him to sober up and come to his senses. Or sober up and be disgusted by the marks on her face and the inflammation around her nipples. But he is about to make love to her while she is bleeding, which makes her feel he is a real man, as she always knew he was. She and Ed have done it during her period maybe 11 times in 11 years of marriage. Here with Aidan her period is not a hazard but a fact of life and of the evening. He is on top of her and his French kissing her and the head of his penis is about to go in and she says, "Wait." She puts her hand to his chest. "Wait a second. It's been a long time since I've been with another man. 11.5 years. He murmurs acknowledgement. She grabs his rear, guides his body closer so that the head is touching her, and says, "I'm sorry if I'm a little tight." The words come out strangled. He is squishing the breath out of her with his great heft. He doesn't seem to notice how much he is pressing down on her. For her part, she wouldn't mind dying this way. She reaches between their bodies and grabs his penis, which feels like a ruby, and rubs it against her inner lips, painting the opening with wetness to make it slide in. And then she pulls him deep. And right away he's slow and not fast like she thought he might be. Slow and doing this rhythm she enjoys so much. It goes on for a long while and she loses her self-consciousness, not completely but enough to enjoy sex for the first real time ever. She cannot believe how good it feels, How much even as she is losing herself in the moment she is concurrently feeling every inch of her soul waking up and smiling up at God, for the very first time grateful to be alive. She wants him to come inside her. She feels it will be so much more intimate like that, and she hasn't seen him in years. She wants to reconnect with him in this way. She wants to be flooded. She tells him so. He pulls out and ejaculates onto her stomach. But even after it is over he holds her there, kissing her deeply and slowly. She feels safe, gloriously protected. The fibromyalgia makes her body glow with aches, but in the hotel room this night she feels happy and her bones don't hurt. She can't believe that she doesn't feel any pain at all. Perhaps she has died. In addition to the fibromyalgia and the endometriosis, Lena's doctors told her she may also have polycystic ovary syndrome and joint mobility disorders. They prescribe a load of medications for each of these issues. They tell her never to wear tampons, but to seek out enjoyable activities and take anti-seizure drugs if the enjoyable activities don't work. With Lena's disorders there is a fine, almost invisible, line between doing non-invasive things to take care of them, like practicing yoga or knitting a scarf, and taking a pretty intense prescription drug, like Lyrica, which may cause hives, weight gain, suicidal thoughts, and certain cancers. Her hormone doctor has told her what he believes her problem is. He has said, "Lena, you come from a place where women are taught that their only real value is what they can do for someone else. When you are actively living for yourself, you feel less pain." He sits down so that he is at eye level with her. "Lena," he says, "this may not be the most clinical thing I can say, but I've had many a fibro patient cured with a good orgasm." At playdates for Della, outdoors during the fall, Lena will stand, massaging the pain in her arms and legs. Or she will be buckling Danny into his car seat and become suddenly seized by a terrific ache. When this happens, she has to set her child down, in the seat bucket or on the driveway, and breathe through it. Lena was raised not to talk about emotions. Her parents were fluent in the language of "Oh God, Lena, you're fine. Enough, Lena. Get over it, Lena. You have it good enough, Lena." When she became a mother, she got a little respect. She was staying at home with the kids, 10 hours a day, 5 days a week. She told her mother she could use some help, maybe her mom could watch the kids so Lena could go and do some exercise instructing again at the Y. She had to couch this like a matter of extra money because money is an okay reason to do anything. Needing to put meatloaf on the table. But doing it for your brain or soul is selfish and new age and not from around here. So her mother would come to watch the kids, but she was always 3 minutes late and Lena knew it was on purpose. So Lena in turn was always 3 minutes late to teach her class. And she would be flustered and the white lights in the studio would be in her eyes. Now Lena gets these pains, and she believes in her clearer moments that the pains are the heartaches of the past, of being lonely for 11 years. Of being raped. Of being lonely her whole life. She knows there are women out there whose husbands don't want to fuck them or French kiss them. And they will understand her. But a lot of people will tell her to shut up, to be happy with her children and her nice house. She and Ed even have a generator in case of storms. In the hotel room this night, she feels ecstatically pain-free. She will tell the discussion group later, with the confidence of someone who has nothing to lose, "I'm not in any pain when I'm with that man. I feel wonderful. So you can judge me for being with Aiden, you can all judge me. But I found something to take the pain away, and until you have felt my pain, you shouldn't judge me. Women shouldn't judge one another's lives, if we haven't been through one another's fires." Aiden uses the towel she brought from the bathroom and wipes his semen off her stomach and stands up and tries to put her jeans on and says, "Hey, kid, these almost fit." He laughs down in his throat and she swallows her spit down. Her heart is beating so fast she thinks it's going to run away. She thinks, "Oh gosh, please don't leave." He starts putting his own pants back on without showering. His crotch is sticky with her blood and his semen. "Hey, bud," she says. Don't you wanna clean up before you go home? But Aidan says he doesn't have to, that he's been sleeping with the dogs the past few nights. Lena guesses that means he's been passing out in the living room or the basement. His wife won't smell the blood of another woman on him. Only the dogs will. Maggie. Maggie walks, a tremble, into Nodal's speech and debate classroom. This is first day of school after the break and she has missed all of her classes, except this one. Earlier that morning she'd found out her cousin passed away, suddenly and unexpectedly, the night before. She is shocked and unmoored, but she could not miss this class. She could not see him. It's the only thing that might help. She wears her fallen cousin's old yellow soccer shirt and a pair of maroon University of Minnesota sweatpants, because she really wants to go to school there. She hasn't seen her teacher in weeks and yet everything between them is changed. She wonders if it's all been in her head. It has, in any case, been in her phone. She worries about how he will act toward her, if he'll be distant. She can feel her heart breaking in anticipation. She finds her seat and then she looks at him, and it's perfect. The way he looks at her is absolutely perfect. He has this way of normalizing a situation while also acknowledging the spark. It's hard to put her finger on what, exactly, it is that he does. She is enthralled to it. The way he smiles at her as he would at any other student, yet with an added tilt of his head that seems to say, "Here I am, and there you are." He slips a DVD into the player. It's The Great Debaters, a movie Maggie had recommended to him the year before. She can barely concentrate on the screen. She feels him watching her the whole time. When their eyes meet, he grins. He is utterly comfortable. Here is a man at man's best, she thinks. Divinely sensible, wholesomely carnal, wearing a drugstore cologne but possessing the strut of a movie star. He watches with his rear on the edge of his desk and his palms on either side of his legs, the way that young male teachers sit. Holy shit, she thinks, did he make it a movie day so that he could look at me and we could share these thoughts in the dark? She can feel his eyes moving along the length of her body, admiring her hair, her clavicle schoolgirl parts, but parts of her all the same. For the length of the film her face is warm like it's been resting in an open oven. She's smiling, too, a bemused and dogged smile, as though her ears are pulling the ends of her mouth in opposite directions. She tries, a few times, to undo it by pursing her lips, and then by blinking her eyes. The first of many exhilarating moments comes on a Sunday. In the future she will think of it as the first date. Maggie is at Melani's house. She doesn't say anything to Melanie about love crush. This muteness, which is virtually insufferable for a teenage girl, turns their whole friendship into a lie, because of how large love crush looms and how it overshadows all other things, so that when they speak about parties and classes and clothes and television, Maggie feels she is being a fake. Maggie missed going to church in the morning with her parents, so she's supposed to make it up by herself in the evening. She's getting set to leave Melani's for Mass when her phone double buzzes and it's him. "What are you doing?" This question, because she is simultaneously at the apex of love crush and unsure of his position, whereabouts, and schedule, cannot be answered truthfully. It has to be answered leaving a Grand Canyon of space. At Melani's, doing nothing. He writes that he needs to get the book for economics, and would she like to meet him at Barnes & Noble? It's a really easy place to bump into each other without looking conspicuous. This is exactly the same as if he'd extended an invitation to Bermuda for a long weekend. She could smell the salt water and tanning oil. She pulls into the parking lot on 42nd Street and reapplies lip gloss with her small, beautiful hands. There's a parallel universe where she's in church right now. That's where her best friend and her parents think she is. Being a part of something illicit makes Maggie feel important. She is not merely sneaking out of the house to go to a party or make out with a Coors-flavored boyfriend. She feels like an operative. She walks into the store. She shakes as she stands in front of a table displaying the best-selling children's books. She tries to concentrate on words. He walks up behind her and she jumps. This is the first time she's been in a non-academic situation with him and it feels anomalous. He's an adult man, with a wallet. He looks finer than he usually does in class and is wearing more cologne than usual. He flashes her a fantastic smile, then asks a passing employee where to find Freakonomics. She follows behind them. She knows she has to be a child and a woman all at once and it takes all her energy to satisfy the requirements of each role. She's already nervous about the end of the excursion. The book will be procured, and they'll be out the door and he will be left with a boring taste in his mouth and never think to engage again. He finds the book and reads the back of it, which is enviable behavior. That he can keep other information in his brain beyond the hour of love crush means he is already and forever the alpha of their arrangement. No matter how much her small hands inveigle him, he has brain space for reading books and raising children and interacting with employees in big box stores. That, she decides, is power. When he gets in line to pay for the book, Maggie stands nearby, like a daughter. There are all these point-of-purchase baits. Chocolates and magazines and book lights and mini-books. She wants to talk about every single thing with him. She wants to look only at things that he looks at. The things that he doesn't see don't exist. When the card is swiped, she feels like her heart has been fed into a meat slicer. She hasn't been fun enough. She hasn't been smart enough. She has been quiet and fawn-like, following him through the aisles in not even her best outfit. He will never want to do this again. He carries his book in a bag and she follows behind him. In the heated vacuum of the foyer, he asks if she wants to go for a drive. Love crush hisses in her veins. She would forego winning the lottery or becoming a celebrity to keep mainlining it. They walk to his car. It's a dark blue crossover. Actually, it's his wife's car. He doesn't open the door for her. She isn't used to having doors opened for her anyhow. Taddeo did it, but maybe this is why Nodal makes her heart thump more, because he doesn't open the door, because there is a fraction of asshole to him, because he is withholding and less capacious. He starts to drive. She notes that he's a good driver. She feels there's nothing about him that isn't excellent. She inhales the scent in the car and is thankful she is not wearing perfume. She quit wearing it, the pink Lucky bottle, just this year. The scent began to seem childish. She doesn't want to leave anything behind that might tip off his wife and make him afraid. In the car, he's cockier than usual. As a teacher, she decides, he's far nicer. He's never entirely tender even at his warmest. He exudes the pale sweetness of a cashew, but now he is armed and cool. Getting into the car has triggered an acute shift. She goes from feeling half woman and half child to feeling like a toddler. They're talking and there's no music on. The roads of Fargo are flung ahead like foreign airstrips. Maggie experiences a distinct feeling of doom. It's normal, when you're this close to thrall, to worry over losing it. This is nothing like what she felt for Taddeo. With Nodal, it's this thing that's been building. Has it been building since she was a freshman? So it's that much more important because of its history. Also, because of the quality of his person. His top shelf. Being with him, she feels her own stock rise. She visualizes an actual accumulation of wealth. At the same time, she feels that she isn't good enough. As they pass the new organic market, he takes a verbal jab at her. They have always goofed around like this. She reaches across the console and grabs his hand, like, "Hey jerk." He snatches his hand away like hers is on fire. He isn't cold about it. It's more like she has scared the hell out of him. The only thing that will cool the shame hot is time and distance. The problem is that she doesn't ever want to get out of the car. They drive around for a half hour. When they approach her neighborhood, she tells him so. He says, "Oh, where do you live? I want to see." She starts to give directions and he starts to follow them. She enjoys the rare peace of having some semblance of control. "Nearly there," he says. "No, forget it. I shouldn't know where you live because I may have the urge to drive by and check on you. She slumps in her seat. Maybe this doesn't happen physically, but on the inside she suffers a degradation. She would have eaten a roach to be able to hold his hand. His distance is captivating and awful. His trying to control himself and succeeding, and she feels, acutely, how a loved one's self-control can be cruel to the other person. The best part of her whole life happens next. He slows to a stop on a quiet street, parks his wife's car at the curb of a house with no lights on, and just looks at her. He does it for 10 seconds, maybe less. In those seconds, every bad thing she has ever thought about herself is erased, and she feels like a supermodel. But that's all that happens. He only looks, and then the car is moving again. When his turn signal clicks before the Barnes and Noble entrance, Maggie wants to cry. Their first date lasted the length of a test drive. He asks where her car is and she tells him. He parks near it, but not too close. She waits to get out. She looks straight ahead. She's hoping he will kiss her. It's all she wants. She can't remember a time when she ever wanted anything else. He knows the world. He can do all the things her father can, only he doesn't drink and he says what he means and does everything he promises. Without him, she will be lost. She will be working at Buffalo Wild Wings in Fargo forever. She'll smoke Virginia Slims and have an ugly kitchen. Please God, she thinks, please let him kiss me. He looks right at her and says, I'm not going to kiss you, if that's what you're waiting for. He smirks, sort of. But more than that, he is serious. She laughs nervously, feeling like she has a skin disease. She gets out of his wife's car. She walks to her own and doesn't look back. At home, her parents ask about church. She barely eats dinner. She doesn't think about anything else but everything that happened with him. She goes over each step and wonders at what point she might have fucked it up. When her phone dings later that evening, she is unbelievably grateful, because hearing from him is the only way she will be able to fall asleep. I checked the car before getting out, he's written, to make sure you didn't leave anything behind. For at least a month he will not kiss her. His mouth becomes the moon. Almost always she can see it, but it remains a mystery of shadows and light. She thinks of his wife, who is allowed to kiss it. That doesn't bother her yet. She knows several things about Marie. Marie is a parole officer, a brunette with an austere presence. Probably she never once forgot to pack a kid's lunch. Aaron doesn't say it explicitly, but anyway all married men convey this general idea. Their wives at home, their homely Maries, don't have personal dreams or hopes. They are nice enough nobodies who suckered these interesting, cool men with excellent musical taste into marriage and child-rearing, and now the men have this opportunity to feel a bit of sunshine on their necks. Maggie is the sun, Aaron is the moon, and Marie is Saturn, ever orbiting, ever home, ever watching. The most important thing is that he doesn't love her anymore. He doesn't think she loves him either. He found her email open a few years ago and she had been chatting inappropriately with a colleague. But Aaron didn't care. To each Marie her own. But still, she's vigilant. Maggie knows that women like her are watchful because they wish to protect their routines, 2 incomes and 2 parents for 2 children and the platinum-level Costco membership. Anyhow, it's not so much on account of Marie but rather because of the children that he doesn't want this to get physical. That, and Maggie's age. But Maggie would say they are officially together, have been since the night they said they had feelings for each other. They are officially together, though they are only just talking. It's like an ex telling you he is talking to someone new. You are aware that he means he has not slept with the new person, but if you are wise, you know the talking is deeper. Talking means there is going to be a relationship. She will be meeting his parents and giving them scarves on Christmas Eve. Maggie and Aaron talk all the time. All day long there is texting, and later in the evening after the kids and Marie are in bed there is talking on the phone. They talk like friends, like lovers, about what's going on in their lives. What shows did you watch last night? Who said what during which class? Do you get nervous on airplanes, like me? But, of course, there are boundaries. Aaron has 2 kids at this time. Maggie has so much experience with kids. She is the favorite aunt, after all. But Maggie knows there is a whole off-limits sector: Marie and the kids. Basically everything that happens after his clean teacher car pulls into his tidy, bright garage is off-limits to her. But West Fargo High is their amusement park. His classroom is the Master Blaster Epic Plunge Water Slide, the publications room is the Bare Knuckle White Water Wahoo. Nothing physical has happened, but the close talking and the secret looks are building their story. He is rendering everyone else in her life useless. Sammy is Maggie's best friend, but in order for the title to mean anything, you have to tell your best friend everything. And Maggie can't do that anymore. She learns there are things you can't talk about. You cannot say, for example, that you are dating your teacher. Children like rules, and Aaron gives Maggie some, the most important of which is that she is not to text first. Under no circumstances may she make the first move. This is important for the preservation of the relationship. Maggie wants to do everything to preserve the relationship. She feels it's up to her. She tries not to tempt him. To remind him of his badness. To remind him she's underage. It is her job to be fun, friendly, happy, and also troubled enough by her parents' alcoholism that he can be a savior over text or voice, whichever is more manageable that day. The biggest problem Maggie faces, bigger than her parents' drinking, is the roller coaster, the Canyon Boomerang Blaster that Aaron keeps her on. Sometimes he gets spooked and says they shouldn't talk. Within hours he changes his mind. Thank God, he changes his mind. She doesn't know what, exactly, it is, but she feels it's something that comes from deep inside her, a fairy sweetness she can't see. The roller coaster is an extension of what he did to her in Colorado. He pushes her away and then pulls her back. He picks her up and then drops her to hell. She feels like a bounced thing. She feels she can never catch her breath. She doesn't know what each new day might bring. At the same time, she understands that this feeling is normal. It's particular to this type of forbidden love. It reminds her of the vampire in Twilight, which is her favorite book. He wants to love her or else he wants to kill her. Minute to minute, she can't be sure which instinct will prevail. Deeper into January, the slightest of shifts surprises her. At first, it's barely perceptible. Her friends who seemed boring and childish during the first few weeks of Aaron become exciting again. Parties and gatherings and drinks and selfies posted to Facebook and comments and inside jokes. It's a sad feeling when an obsession becomes slightly less obsessive. It's as though she realizes she doesn't have it in her to die for her own heart. There is an actual moment when it happens. She has just left his class, where he seemed so into her. His gaze was penetrating and his shirt looked like something from a department store where nobody she knew shopped. The other kids in the class laughed a lot that day and Maggie felt dislodged, lopsided, almost as if she were an exchange student. She walks outside and stands by the entrance to the high school. Formations of students walk past, laughing, gloriously unencumbered. Maggie feels she might have the most private of everyone's private life. Maybe there is something incestuous that happens in the home of one of these other girls or boys, an uncle with a rotting back tooth and a wandering palm. Perhaps someone has killed a dog on purpose. But Maggie knows how big her secret is, how much it flies against her Catholicism and the religion of her friends, who would look at her like a broken doll in the trash if they knew. They wouldn't think it was cool that she and everybody's favorite teacher were together, sexlessly but otherwise holy. She knows what their faces would look like and what they would say to her. But mostly she knows what they would say behind her back. The way they did after Hawaii. She stands there and tries to figure out if she really loves him or if her feelings are utterly reactionary, that they exist only because he wants her. It isn't that she's angry at him. It's the opposite. She feels that he cares more than she does, suddenly, and this freaks her out. It makes her feel sad for him, and it makes her feel she will suffocate under the pressure to reciprocate, and this feeling of suffocation in turn begins to lessen her liking of him, so the situation becomes cyclical. What she finally comes up with is that she cannot go back in time. If this were a boy from another school, it would be easy to meet him at the bowling alley and say, "This is going too fast. We need to slow down." And then wait a few hours to reply to his texts until one day she doesn't reply at all. But she can't do this with Aaron. He's her teacher, and it's simply too late. Maggie's parents met in high school. When her mom, Arlene, was a sophomore, she attended a party and saw from across the smoky room a handsome young man with penetrating eyes. He looked right at her. But she was shy and dating a classmate. Mark was 1 year older, and she felt all of those days younger. She saw him again at her sister's wedding in the late summer before her junior year. The wedding reception was held at the Gardner Hotel and Mark came, uninvited, with some buddies. Since he wasn't a dancer, she knew he'd come for her. He brought her outside by the arm. It was a pleasant September evening and Arlene was wearing a long dress and he kissed her inside a telephone booth. The moment the kiss ended, she knew the boy she was dating was nothing, a friend. She knew this is what it was supposed to feel like. Desire. Mark and her boyfriend decided to meet in a nearby park to have it out over Arlene, but Arlene said it was only up to her whom she would date. And she had made her decision. Arlene and Mark's union had lasted 40 years. There were a good number of problems, marijuana and alcohol and depression, but in moments when life was good and Mark was at peace, he would look at her and listen to her and make her feel she was the best woman in the world. He would say this to her: "Lena, you're the best woman in the world. When Mark's attention was on you, it was the sun. And if things were not going your way, this man gave the most restoring hugs. If Arlene had a bad day at work, Mark would put his hands out and say, 'Come here.' She would melt into them, and hell would fall away." Maggie felt her love story with Aaron wasn't measuring up to her parents. Nothing was evolving in their weird relationship. Aaron wouldn't kiss her and she couldn't tell her friends, and so she felt like one half of something stodgy. But life knows when to throw in a plot twist. It is an idle but seasoned screenwriter, drinking beers alone and cultivating its archery. That night, Aaron texts her, "I think I am falling in love with you." This resuscitates her dwindling obsession and infuses it with fresh vitality. Suddenly she feels it all over again. She stops him from going any further over text and says, "I want to tell you how I feel in person." They are in luck, because Marie is going out of town. Aaron doesn't give Maggie much lead time. He tells her on a Thursday that Marie will be gone on Saturday. For 2 days she can't concentrate on anything else. The day of, he texts her and tells her to come by in a few hours, after his boys are in bed. Maggie gets dressed in the bedroom of her family home. She puts on a pair of jeans and a lightweight blue hoodie by rule. She will mention the brand in the deposition, so you know she was proud of it. Tessa lent her the hoodie. They never had the brand rule around Fargo, Tessa got it from the cities. Getting dressed, picking out an outfit, Maggie is so nervous that she almost cancels. She doesn't have a lot of clothes, so selecting the outfit doesn't take long. She likes how she looks in the top. The subtle color. She arrives at the driveway of the Nodal home. It's strange to be here, the place where she has imagined him returning every evening, the point at which he becomes unknowable to her. It looks like what she expected, orderly and wholesome. But also remarkable, because it's his. Before she gets out and knocks, should she knock? Should she text and say she's outside? But she is not supposed to text first. She looks around. She absorbs her surroundings as much as her nerves will permit her. Her car on the curb feels like an imposition, although she was invited. She finally calls to tell him she is outside and the garage door opens and all the lights come on. To see these parts of his private home life up close feels like a crime against the universe. On the phone he tells her to pull into the garage. She shakes as she does so, worrying that she'll hit the side or fuck up somehow. Suddenly he opens the door. There is her teacher standing at his garage door at night. He's wearing a blue Spamalot t-shirt and jeans. She doesn't think the outfit is cute. She doesn't know what she was expecting. She didn't expect him to wear his school dress pants and shirt. But this is weird. He looks sloppy. He isn't ripped or anything, so the t-shirt looks like it's in awkward pain, sagging there. She wonders if he spent as much time as she did, choosing an outfit. She gets out of the car. "Hi," he says. He doesn't seem nervous. She can barely speak. She doesn't know what she feels. It isn't glee. It feels like falling. He leads her down into the finished basement, which has an entertainment zone and a bedroom. He says his 2 children are sleeping upstairs and asks if she would like a tour of the house. Upstairs, she knows, there will be another lady's shaving cream and magnifying mirrors. Maggie says, "No thank you." In the basement it's terribly cold. He suggests they watch a film. She would rather talk. She feels she needs time to absorb the reality of what's happening. That this carpet is his carpet, their carpet, and his kids play down here and they watch Ice Age as a family. Mostly, though, it's very cold, so Maggie asks for a blanket. He selects one from a closet. Everything is well arranged. She feels as though she's at the home of a friend whose parents have more money than hers. She sits on the couch and he sits beside her. He's already selected a movie, Dan in Real Life. Aaron tells Maggie it reminds him of her, how he feels about her and how much he wants to be with her. She wonders whether he saw it with his wife, whether they barely discussed it, or they laughed and ate Rocky Road ice cream. The film is about a widower and advice columnist, Dan, who becomes smitten with a stranger named Marie only to find out later at a family gathering that she is involved with his brother. They fall in illicit love. Maggie thinks it's weird that the main character's name is Marie. Apparently, it doesn't bother Aaron. 30 minutes into the film, Aaron takes Maggie's hand and says, "Kiss me like you said you were going to." She'd texted once, during a confidence surge, that she wanted to memorize his entire face with her lips. She didn't think he'd been paying attention because the text didn't receive a real response. It was one of the times when he changed the subject. She thought she'd spooked him. But now he seems anything but spooked, leaning in with his dinner breath. Finally, she thinks, his mouth. She can't believe it. Her heart pounds, her hands shake. His mouth. And just like that, she is inside it. Besides Taddeo, Maggie has kissed only boys and grasped their skinny shoulders, tasted their Winston breath. When high school boys kiss, the passion is muted and impatient, like they're just waiting to undo their pants. This kiss, with this man, is roving, and she feels the 500 Home Depot trips. Also she feels his desire to convey the full scope of himself. It's not so much the trips to Home Depot as the silent pronouncement of the tongue. "You see, I have been to Home Depot. I have selected the precise stones out there on the walkway. I have stripped a table, and stained it a slightly darker color. I love you," she says. He smiles and says, "I love you, too." For the rest of the night they would repeat the sentiment a great number of times while intensely gazing into each other's eyes. The first few kisses involve the tongue only slightly, but after the third "I love you," his tongue thrust becomes excessive. It isn't gross at all, but like he couldn't get enough of her, skating his tongue along the pink roof of her mouth. Next he moves his body on top of hers. They are on the sectional couch. He begins a back and forth sliding plus pushing motion. In her deposition she will say he was thrusting his pelvis into hers. In layman's terms, he is dry humping her. She likes it, it gives her pleasure without making her nervous or freaked out, and she wants it to go on for hours. Maggie supposes it makes sense that men want to revert to doing high school things after they've been married for a while with routine, fully naked insertion. Meanwhile, schoolboys long to fuck like porn stars, unclothed and poundingly. In a while, Aaron suggests they move into the spare bedroom, where he takes off his Spamalot shirt. He pulls down her jeans and her underwear in separate trips. She goes to undo the belt on his pants, but he says no. She feels she's done something wrong. Softly, he says, "I want to wait until you're 18. It's unclear whether he means to have sex or for her to get a look at his penis. She smiles. Her hand hovers around the golden button of his jeans. He growls. She has never heard a man actually do that in real life before. "Oh, you're seducing me," he says. "Now I'm gonna have to do this." He slips 2 fingers in her. They are kissing and he is waving traffic ahead. He takes himself down the length of her body until his mouth locks between her legs. She says his name out loud for the first time. All this time she's avoided it, the way she avoids calling her friends' parents by their first names and ends up never addressing them at all. She's done the same thing with Aaron for the past few months, until now. "Oh, Aaron," she says. She doesn't moan too loud, because she is aware of his children upstairs. He brings her to orgasm. He is the first man ever to do this, though 2.5 men came before him. He smiles proudly, emerging from between her thighs. With a voice that sounds like he has just smoked many cigarettes, he says, "I like the way you taste." Maggie, breathing hard, says, "Don't they all taste the same?" Laughing, he says, "No. No. He says something about knowing a lot about women's bodies and how to touch them. It's over, she guesses. He's lying there as though it is. She doesn't start crying, but she feels she'd like to. They consider the ceiling together. It feels awkward, not entirely magical. Still, she feels lucky to be there. But something about the orgasm made her feel very cold, like something was taken from her. In the past, when she's brought herself to orgasm, she never felt that way. Although he has not technically been inside her in the traditional sense, she feels fucked. In this aftermath, she senses a finality like death. She feels there is a hospital smell about her. This is not one-night stand sex, she realizes. This is so much more. It's terrific and warm and cold all at once. She fears that she may never actually enjoy sex. That she may forever be too worried over its blithe end. Her orgasm and his will be the death knell of her week, month, life. The end, though it murders her, is more euphoric than the start. Her heart breaks. She feels it breaking in every move he makes to put himself back together. At the same time that she feels this acute, carving pain, she also feels thrilled, lobotomized. It is the sexiest thing a man has ever done to her. They tell each other a few more times that they love each other. He looks at her, she is sure, like he wants to marry her. She's too young to know that men can be like this one day and then not need to see you for a week. She says she has to go. She's already late for her curfew. He walks her to the garage, where he kisses her goodbye. She barely absorbs anything. She's very nervous. Her legs tremble like the balsa she uses in woodworking class. At home, she wakes her parents so they know what time she got home. It's one of their rules. She gets grounded because it's past her curfew. Her mother looks at her with anger. Love. She says something like, "I will yell at you in the morning." Maggie feels very strange. She has done so much worse than break curfew. She wishes she could say so. She looks at her mother's book by the bedside, and her heart cracks. Back in her room, her phone is lit. It's Aaron. Love Crush comes back, filling all the cold holes the orgasm shot up in its wake. Aaron is checking to see that she has gotten home. "Good," he writes, "you're safe." I'm safe, she replies. Then he writes, I just went back in there, the spare bedroom, and it's a good thing I did. You bled on the comforter. Maggie is slightly surprised, as she did not have her period. She apologizes for bleeding because she feels that's what he wants her to do. He writes, if you had just unbuttoned my pants, it would have happened. I mean, I did want to wait until you were 18. I mean, I do. But if you had just. Also, he says because it's easier to convey emotional gestures on text or through the phone that he had wanted to give her a tour because he had laid down a blanket and a rose in the upstairs bedroom, and he wanted to read Pablo Neruda's Sonnet 17 out loud to her and give her the rose. It was a sonnet he'd sent her often. She feels exhilarated by this and also confused. His sons were sleeping upstairs. He writes, had you called me Mr. Nodal, I probably would have stopped everything right then. She thinks, thank God I didn't call him Mr. Nodal. Last, lest she forget, he says he had to wash the comforter on the bed because of the small amount of blood. He does not say whether he destained it first with a Tide pen or shout gel. He does not say whether or not he used bleach. Her cheeks are hot with love flush for most of January and February. She spends a lot of time in her room because isolation allows her to be completely available to him. He calls on his way home from school if she isn't working a shift at Buffalo Wild Wings. She showers when she gets home and waits, fresh, on the bed. She showers for his phone call. She likes to feel beautiful waiting for him. Her parents don't bother her. It's as though they know she's a sort of Rapunzel, they can sense her inaccessibility. At night he texts. Later in the evenings, after 10, he'll usually call. The weekends are less free. If they talk on the weekend it's because he leaves his house to call her or because Marie has gone shopping. One weekend afternoon Marie goes to the mall with their elder son and Aaron is at home with the younger one. It's nap time but the child is not sleepy. Aaron is on the phone with Maggie and the boy asks, who are you talking to? Aaron says, my friend, do you want to talk to her? A small voice comes on the phone, saying, hello? Hello? Maggie says brightly. It makes her feel strange but closer, also, to Aaron. Aaron returns to the line and says he has to set the phone down for a moment, which he does for longer than a moment, and when he comes back again he says he didn't want her to hear him sing You Are My Sunshine as his child fell asleep. Because his wife doesn't have any more overnight trips planned, their burgeoning physical relationship is limited to cars and classrooms. Maggie has Aaron for fourth period English, and after class one day he tells her, quietly, to meet him in his classroom during lunch. They begin to kiss when she gets there, at the table by the cupboards. She's wearing sweatpants because he likes it when she does. Sweatpants, he once told her, are easy access. He takes one of her hands and moves it onto his chest and says, feel how fast my heart is beating. Then he takes her other hand and moves it onto the bulge of his dress pants. Feel how hard you make me. She's heard that line in movies before and has always wondered why men say it. Did Aaron want her to be captivated by the heft of his penis? Or proud about the absolute good job on her end, that she'd inspired an army of blood vessels to fatten the flesh out to this length and stiffness? Some days they don't do anything but talk and kiss. Like the day of parent-teacher conferences. Aaron wears a suit because he will be meeting parents all afternoon. He will speak to Maggie's father, Mark. He tells Maggie he'd like her to stick around for the conference. At the time Maggie will think it's because he just wants to see her as much as possible. In hindsight, she will wonder if it's because Aaron got a rush from talking to her in front of her father, who was ignorant of the affair. At the meeting Aaron will say that Maggie is doing very well in school, that he's aware she has not yet decided where she wants to go to college, but that good things will come, in time. During their lunchtime date Maggie doesn't eat but Aaron has some leftover spaghetti. She makes fun of him, says it looks nasty. They kiss after he's done eating. She says, I didn't realize we were sharing lunch today. She means that his breath, the whole room, is thick with the smell of his leftovers. The Tupperware is stained orange with the sauce. Another time they meet in his classroom before school. He starts to kiss her, then he moves his hand down her pants. He turns her face and body away so the front of his body is pressed up against her back. Then he moves his face against the back of her neck. He lightly kisses her there, making her knees buckle with the sensation. Then he begins to finger her and to simultaneously grind himself against her backside. She casts her head back and moans. For 7 minutes this goes on and she feels she might come at any moment. Then someone wiggles the knob on the door. Aaron jumps back like he's been burned, deftly retrieving his hand. Like a man doing a parlor trick, he hands her a quiz. There is suddenly a quiz in her hand and she sits down, breathlessly, and pretends to be taking it. Anyway, he didn't have to be so careful. As it turned out, he'd remembered to lock the door. A group of Maggie's friends gather at someone's house. It isn't a remarkable evening except that a picture is taken, of Maggie and her friends Laura and Nicole, and the reason those three appear in a photograph is that they are the only blondes in the room, all the others are brunettes and it's funny, so they take a picture. During the course of the evening Maggie looks at her phone a lot. Nobody seems to notice. Everybody looks at their phones a lot. She has been texting with Aaron the way any girl would text with her boyfriend when they are both out with others. Aaron is with Mr. Crink at TGI Fridays, near the West Acres Mall. Would you like to come pick me up? She sees the words and her heart flutters. She makes up an excuse to the room full of brunettes and the two blondes. She drives to the chain restaurant, listening to music. She looks at her face in the rearview mirror. She wonders, in the car, what he is doing while he waits for her. Has he been texting Marie? Looking up sports scores? What did he say to Crink about how he was getting home? She wonders if he wonders as much about her as she does about him. Now that they have been physical, she feels they will never not be physical. She texts when she gets there and waits in the lot. The car is her mother's red Taurus. He comes to the door and gets in. At first there's fear quick, but once he's in and she's driving, love crush explodes all around them, filling the Taurus like a warm gas. When he kisses her, she tastes the alcohol on his breath. She isn't sure what kind it is but knows it's not beer. He speaks more lovingly than usual. He isn't slurring his words but he is less coherent and also less careful. They drive down 13th Avenue, which is one of the main arteries. Maggie can smell her mom's scent in the car and hopes Aaron cannot. Suddenly, he starts. He thinks someone in the next car has recognized him. She says, "Who?" "I don't know," he says, "but I think the person goes to West Fargo." "Huh?" "Just get off this road," he says. She feels, again, that she's done something wrong. They get to a residential area and he calms down. They drive around for a while, talking about their relationship. Soon he gets his hands down her pants and she begins to hoist her rear off the driver's seat to give him more access. She nearly clips a parked car. At first she's worried he'll freak out but he doesn't. He laughs and leans into her, kissing her neck. She feels so happy. The near crash feels like a testament to their passion. But eventually the liquor begins to wear off him and she can tell she's going to lose him. Fuck, she thinks. Fuck, fuck, fuck. He'd parked his car at a friend's house, and now he tells her how to get there. She says, "But you've been drinking." He tells her it's just residential roads back to his house. He says he never drives on highways after a few drinks. He never takes chances. He takes his hand out of her pants as she pulls up. He's nervous about doing anything substantial outside the friend's house but he does kiss her for several minutes. Fearquick is back, pouring out of the vents. She hates it. She wants to follow him home because he's drunk, to make sure he gets there safely. He's her whole life now. He says it's a bad idea. He'll be fine. He winks and gets out of the car without saying "I love you" one last time. Over the next month he makes it clear he wants to leave his wife. Not yet, but soon. "Would you wait 5 years for me?" He texts her very late one night. The idea is that if his kids are a little older, it will be easier for him to leave. Maggie is peeing when she receives the text and wants to whip the phone at the wall. It feels so cruel. They are in love, but everything is on his schedule. Everything is by his mandate. That she can't call or text him first. That she is to immediately delete all texts. There were thousands by this time. That's a lot of times she hit the delete key. She is given Marie's number and told to program it into her phone so that she would know never, ever to answer if that number showed up on her screen. There are also the other rules, not really rules but things you do so that the married teacher you're having an affair with doesn't get spooked and remains turned on and into you. Like wearing sweatpants and no perfume. He tells her he's sleeping in the basement. He calls her from down there and she thinks of him like a reverse Rapunzel, harboring his love in secret defiance. On Valentine's Day Maggie gets to school early, as he'd instructed, and he gives her a bag of peanut butter M&Ms, which are her favorite candies, and a typed love letter. It is specific about why he loves her. 2 of the reasons are the way she smells, the way she walks into a room. The letter also speaks of the future, how he cannot wait until the day they can be together. She has never before felt any of the feelings that the letter makes her feel. Everything she has ever wanted is wrapped up in one person. It is almost too convenient to be real. He has begun to call her love. Which is what she calls people. He says that on her 18th birthday, they will skip school and make love. The whole day, they will be entwined. Around this time, she gives him her copy of Twilight, the first book in the series. She is obsessed with the correlation between the story of the human girl and her vampire lover and the story of herself and Aaron. Both love stories are forbidden and passionate and timeless. He tells her he is making notes in Twilight, and she is so happy, so elated, that she makes him read it fast because she can't wait to see how he has interpreted it. She wonders where he is when he reads it. Perhaps he keeps it in the children's room, on the shelf with the Gruffalo, and volunteers to put the kids to bed each night so that he can sit by the nightlight and read it after they fall asleep. He returns the book a week or so later, filled with post-it notes, little yellow tabs sticking out like plumes. One note says that he cannot wait to wake up cuddling next to her. One says, "Remember when I turned down the heat?" He means in his basement when she came over and they said "I love you" 100 times and he fingered her and ate her out and they kissed and she bled on the comforter. He turned down the heat so she would ask for a blanket. "I want to be alone with my perpetual savior," Bella the human girl says of her vampire lover. A yellow tab beside it reads, "Is this how you feel about me?" Another paragraph is highlighted and beside it a note says, "Without conditions, like our love." There are people who will say that nothing that happened was against her will. That she was 17. In another few months it wouldn't even be statutory rape. But imagine a girl, who has idealized a fairytale love story, reading notes effectively saying, "Yes, yes, I am your vampire lover and you are my forbidden fruit. We are your favorite love story. For the rest of your life, nothing will taste like this." Can you imagine? She calls him her man-friend. They agree that boyfriend is silly. After all, he's a married man. Their love is not like Sammy and her boyfriend's or Melanie and hers. He is not a boy, so how could he be a boyfriend? All around her kids start to make plans for the senior prom. Her friends go shopping for dresses in bright hues of rain. To Maggie, the idea of prom seems suddenly uncool. So small and young and forgettable. There were 2 boys, right before she and Aaron got together, whom she had been seeing, and she would probably have gone to prom with one of them. One was a co-worker of hers and Aaron did not, even before their flirtation began, approve of him. The other went to a different school but Aaron knew him from student congress. He gave Maggie a hickey that Aaron noticed. Back then Aaron said he didn't like the guy very much. He said it offhandedly, Maggie comes to realize, in the way that smart people say they don't like other people so that the person they are trying to control will adopt the same opinion. Maggie says on the phone one night that she isn't going to prom, because she thinks it would be weird. Aaron lets her statement hover in the air. He doesn't say anything. That same evening they have the conversation about how many sexual partners each of them has had. Maggie has had 3 and Aaron says he's only had 2, Marie and his high school sweetheart. Marie was his college sweetheart. Maggie wonders at what point someone stops being a sweetheart and becomes the next thing. He asks her about the ones she has been with. Taddeo, plus the 2 others. He wants to know about them, but at the same time he says he hates thinking about them. He says he can't get the idea of these other boys out of his head. He hates that she has been with more people than he has. He makes her feel she's not virtuous enough. Conversely, she feels his number is perfect. 2 women, and one of them is his wife. Maggie has had 3 lovers and she's not even 18. One of them was a one-night stand, another one was basically a statutory rape. Had she known that she and Aaron would fall into this all-encompassing love, she would have saved herself for him. She tries to find the words to tell him. At the height of the passion, her parents sent her to a weekend church retreat. There is an art project to complete. She's to write down a commitment she wants to make. The nuns tell her nobody will see it. This project is for her eyes only, to be graded by God. On a few pieces of colored construction paper with rudimentary hands holding prayer candles, Maggie writes that she wants to commit herself to unconditional love. She writes that she knows it's wrong to love Aaron, but she also wonders how love can be wrong. She says that she wants to commit herself to him and give up all the bad habits that he wants her to give up. For example, he suspects that she smokes, but she willfully denies it because he will not be with a smoker. One time he said she smelled of cigarettes and she told him her parents smoked around her and swore up and down that she herself did not. The church smells of myrrh. She kneels in a pew, alone. She feels bad about lying to him and prays to God to help her give it up for him. She commits to pray the rosary once a week and to write a letter to Aaron once a week to tell him how she feels. She intends to find multiple ways to demonstrate her unfailing love. All she wants to do, in fact, is talk about how she feels about him, and hear from him about how he thinks of her. The things he loves about her are so interesting to her. They seem like faraway ideas that her brain can hardly grasp. For example, in one of his letters to her he wrote how he loves the way she sits on the table in his classroom and swings her legs back and forth with childlike zeal. The week of Aaron's 30th birthday arrives and Maggie is so excited, even though she isn't a part of any of the several celebrations. The first happens on the 7th, the Saturday 2 days before his actual birthday. It's a surprise party at Spitfire Bar and Grill, where baked potatoes are served with ramekins of sour cream on beige plates of prime rib. Everything has chives or hoary scallions sprinkled on top. It's hard to know how surprised he is at his surprise party. Maggie knows the most intimate things about him, but she was not invited to the party. She didn't even know there was going to be one. He sneaks into the bathroom every so often to text her because he misses her so much. It's terrible, he says, that everyone he knows is at this party with the exception of the woman he loves. He says that he is mad at Marie because he told her he didn't want a party. He is annoyed by the presence of Mrs. Joyce, a fellow teacher, who is staring at him the whole time and acting peculiar. The evening ends tamely. Aaron and Marie pile some balloons in the car to bring to their children, who have been with a sitter. Aaron texts Maggie when he gets home. He says he feels closer to her when he's in his house. On Monday, Aaron's actual birthday, there is a big snowstorm. Prettily, it whitewashes Fargo and makes the roads and the trees look clean. Sometime in the 7 a.m. hour, Maggie texts him. She is terrifically excited about seeing him and giving him his present. She doesn't know if she's supposed to come to school early and meet him in his classroom. She writes, "Happy birthday." And, "Am I supposed to come in early?" What Maggie doesn't know, just as she didn't know about the Spitfire party until it was underway, is that at the moment the text is sent, Aaron is in the shower. She didn't think about the rules, because a birthday is a special day. She can't wait for the love of her life to text her on his own birthday. Sometimes even a child has to take liberties. A husband's phone dings before 8 a.m. while he is in the shower. It's an hour or so later when Maggie receives death call. Outside, the snowstorm is absolutely beautiful. She is looking out the window, remembering the way their love story began while she was in Colorado, when she sees his name on her phone. For the rest of her life, a ringing phone will frighten her. "Hello. Happy birthday." "That's it," he says in response. "It's over. She saw your text and now it's over." He's in his car. His voice is cracking and he sounds scared, but the message is unimpeachable. There is no changing it or going back in time. The ornaments have come down on the season. All that remains is the final and lingering frost.